Welcome back, boxing fans. Another great show with Sean on boxing. ESPN live tonight for Espinoza versus, how do I say his name? Kagai, Arnold Kagai. But right now, up next, we have Porn Stash himself, Richard Torres, is jumping into it. Just let me plug my computer in. So, obviously, this is a typical top rank card. A lot of prospects, and obviously a headliner. But because Top Rank is no longer working with and affiliated with ESPN in America, these cards are now happening in Mexico. So, down south. But still, it's the same situation, same production. Everything is identical. So, even the English, right? Which is funny because usually it was Deporte, ESPN Deporte. But so far it's Jimmy Lennon and English commentator. So, perfect. David, what's up? You think Espinoza is going to stop Buddy? I have been tough luck with these kind of bets. It's a tough bet, right? Kagai's been a tough guy. That's his one strong point. When I talked about True School Sports, who is downplaying this fight, the one thing you're getting is a tough, rugged dude who gave tough rounds to good fighters like Stephen Fulton, right? Obviously, Fulton is not the KO artist that Espinoza is, but that's obviously why there's big money on the line because it's a tough call. You would think Espinoza has the tools to stop Kagai, but Kagai is a tough as nails motherfucker, so you never know. Well, how much money you putting down? Ebai Kwai, $100 to win three. The guy that Espinoza is fighting is actually from the Ukraine. Yes, I know. I just saw Joet Gonzalez hurt Arnold to the body really bad. So it's doable, I think. Well, that's it. And now he's in a bigger weight division. You're fighting a guy with a long reach who's a real good inside fighter and a volume puncher. So he might get stopped, not because he gets knocked out, but because the ref jumps in and thinks he's taking too much punishment. I would think that's probably the most likely direction that this fight's going to unfold. But for the reason you believe, I mentioned, I might leave it alone. But right now we got Porn Stash up against a tough Czech fighter. It's ironic. I was listening to the LDBC a couple weeks ago, and they were dick riding Torres hard, all to do what? Not to really fanboy Torres and boost him up as an American fighter, but to shit on Moses Atoma, which is typical, right? Typical. I mean, I think Moses Atoma beats the shit out of Torres. Not that Torres is bad, but I think Torres would have been smarter to fight at cruiserweight. He looks like a natural cruiserweight to me. I don't know how much success he's going to have against the big boys. I don't think he is elite level in the heavyweight division. And fighting this guy, I mean, obviously this is just a stay busy fight, right? Nah, I don't trust Haney. I recommend betting on Haney via decision. Well, I think Haney by decision is also a pretty safe bet, but in that bet, I'm hoping that I lose money. Oh, come on. What's wrong with my feed? Oh, my tool. This is the problem when you can't watch fights through a normal thing and you got to like steal them. You get all this bullshit. I don't know, man. Atoma has fought some pretty bad fighters. David, Atoma's 20 years old. Like, this guy's 26. What do you think Moses Atoma is going to be at 26 years of age? He's not going to be fighting some bum ass Czech fucking dude, right? He's going to be either a world champion, an ex world champion, or fighting world champion level fighters. That's what he's going to be doing in 6 years. This guy in 6 years is going to be a gatekeeper, probably. Oh, come on, stream quickly. Richard Rackport fought today and looked good. I like Richard. He's an exciting fighter. Even though he's from the UK, he doesn't get much love. And in his biggest fight, he did disappoint. Oh, by toll. What the fuck? Come on. Let's get this shit going. So, how do you watch this card? I'm watching this on RB Plus. So just stealing it. Sean, who's your trainer of the year? I haven't really thought about it. Who's up for debate? Who's in the conversation? Oh, come on. Oh, you're killing me. Load for Christ's sake. It's on Top Rank Classics website here in the US. Yes, I live in Taiwan, so there is no Top Rank Classics or any of that that I can watch in Taiwan. Top Rank Classics. A free ad support stream. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, of course, I download this thing and now it's ah, uh, yes, I don't know if I can watch any of this. Tubi, Vifco, Roku. Yeah, I got boys. If Cool Boy beats Shock and 8 Andy Cruz beats Muratala. Well, that would be great. Let's hope I don't know if Andy Cruz, everyone expects Andy Cruz and Oshaki Foster to win, but I would not mind the upsets. I wouldn't mind seeing Muratala win, and I would love to see Stephen Fulton win. Oh, this fight's not going to last long, and you're giving me all this pain in my ass. Ozzy Ennis, my coach of the year, based on what? What has Ennis done this year? I know he's working with some other fighters like Jack Catterall just won today, but Jack Catterall fought a domestic UK fighter. So I don't know if that's really a quality win. Who else is he working with? Stephen Fulton, right? So if Stephen Fulton wins, then yeah, okay. Then at that point, you're cooking with gas. Obviously, Hoots Ennis unified, was that this year, 2025 against Sanionis? I'm not sure if it was this year or not, but if he did that, that's obviously quality win. Catterall getting a bounce back victory, and then Stephen Fulton moving to his third division to become a champion. That would put him in the conversation for sure. But then you look at a guy like Robert Garcia. I mean, he's probably got a shitload of fighters in the conversation as well. Oh, Andy Cruz as well. Yeah, 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 yeah. I forgot that he's there. I like Foster as a person more than Fulton. I'm not rooting for Fulton just because I knew he beat him. Oh, what a pussy. One uppercut broke his nose, and all of a sudden he's fucking dick riding. See, that's the problem when you get these fights. Obviously, they're trying to keep Torres busy because he only fought once this year, the good victory that he had early in the year. So they want to get him out a second time. But you put him in with a guy like this, is this really beneficial? You stop the guy in one round. I mean, I don't think this is really going to help define his career. Sean, what's next for Eubank? He looks badly washed up today. He should probably retire. Obviously, struggling to make that weight just killed him because he was garbage truck juice today. Eh? I mean, you make a guy like fucking Ben look great. What does that tell you? It's probably the end of the line. And with the two big paydays he just pulled in, I mean, perfect, right? I mean, if he would have won, you could have potentially put him towards the Canelo Alvarez money fight. But coming off of a loss, there's no big money fight available to him. Like, who's he going to fight now that's going to pay him good money? The guy Emmanuel Vargas is fighting isn't terrible. I don't think he went the distance with Tiger Johnson. I saw that. Canelo would have stopped this Eubank in one round. Has Vargas fought yet? I don't think he fought yet. I think he's probably after this fight. Sean, is Ben any good or is he a fraud? Fraud. That guy's a fraud. He's garbage. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fucking Trey Mann, Mann for Charlotte. He just threw down a great fucking dunk, man. Well, I mean, it was yesterday's dunk, but wow. Wow. Welcome back, Kata. Fact, Sean, he needs to call it. Eubank looks terrible, and that's against a bum and Ben. Exactly. Yeah. And, you know, Ben just had no amateur pedigree as a pro. He's looked mediocre. He was on the sauce so that he was able to power through guys and kill them. Did the fight today go the distance, or did Ben actually stop Eubank? I was listening to Ring IQ when I was sleeping, but then I woke up and everything was done. So I don't know what the result totally was. Porn stash, the next great American heavyweight. See, if he does become the next great American heavyweight, that would be funny because a certain demographic in the YTBC would fucking start to hate on him. Even though now they're supporting him against Moses Atoma, in the distance they would fucking end up hating on him. Yeah, look, you went the distance against that guy who in the third round people were saying was done. We got the Eubank pick wrong, Sean. I think I gave him 2 rounds. Yeah. I'm not a Charlotte Hornets fan. It's just showing highlights. I'm watching Denver right now. Denver, the Joker. He dropped him twice in 12th, but it was a dominating UD. It went the distance, but Ben was able to knock Eubank down twice in the final round. Yeah, sometimes you get him right, sometimes you get him wrong. I just felt after the first fight where it looked like he could have stopped Ben, that Eubank would have came in and been better this time. But from what Ring IQ and the boys were saying, he just looks like he's washed. Eubank took a dive to set up another money grab trilogy. Who would pay fucking for a trilogy fight after a dominant, destructive performance in this fight? You got to at least make it competitive, right? Like if he would have been competitive and maybe got knocked down twice in the 12th round and that was enough to give Ben the victory, then I could understand what you're saying. But off of an ass whooping, nobody's going to pay for that shit, especially how much money they had Americans pay. There's too much money being paid to boxing right now. We don't need any more fucking bullshit fights. Sorry. Let me just lower myself up. What's up, Stringer? Denver. Let's go. Actually, it's halftime now. I should put the Lakers game on since we're in downtime right now between fights. Lakers versus Milwaukee. Can you believe the Lakers are winning by 20 points? They're so up and down, it's fucking crazy. They will lose by fucking 35, 40 points and then come back and win a tough game. You'll pay half their purse for a 50-cent ring walk to lose on purpose. I heard that the 50-cent ring walk was fucking dope, to use an old term. Of course, I didn't see it, but I just saw it mentioned on social media. Sean, did you hear about Clarissa Shields suing Punch Drunk Boxing? I did hear that, but that's her. She fucking always wants to keep her name in the conversation because she's irrelevant. Like literally, if she wasn't talking about herself, nobody would be talking about her because she's irrelevant. She has no opponents that she's trying to fight that are fucking any good, have any recognition. She's fought three opponents in a row that literally nobody has ever fucking heard of. The shittiest competition ever. But yet she gets a pass fighting shit competition from people that say competition is everything. Winning titles doesn't mean anything. So they say that when they tried to downplay a Nui, but then when they try to hype up the Shields, they talk about look at her. She's undisputed in fucking three weight divisions. She's a four-weight world champion. It's like more than half of the belts that she's won were vacant titles. Belts that were sitting there and anybody could have took them, right? It's just nobody wanted to pay the fucking sanctioning fees. Did Ben have a rehydration on Eubank again? Great performance nonetheless. I'm not sure what the specifics are, if there was a rehydration clause or anything of that nature. Uh, you know, I don't care. The reality is Eubank probably is too greedy and put himself in that position. I know, defamation. All because apparently what was he doing? He's questioning that new contract for $8 million that she signed with her old promoter, right? I mean, anybody with a brain would question that $8 million because we know Clarissa Shields is full of shit, right? So anything that comes out of her mouth is questionable unless there's obviously evidence to support it. I mean, her coming out with a big giant check, trying to fight a 50-year-old woman. I mean, oh, Clarissa is probably the most cringe athlete today, more so than LeBron James. And that's fucking saying something because we all know how cringe fucking LeBron is. Nobody's more cringe than that fucking guy. Luca, 23, 5 and 5. Let's go, Luca. Giannis, 18 and 7. Where are we? Tiny, some of these bloggers be getting out of hand saying anything. Well, that's why people should sue fucking Fannin. Fannin, who said there was an FBI fucking investigation into Bud Crawford, that Tank Davis was offered $150 million to fight Jake Paul, that he was offered 200 million in a new promotional deal. I mean, the things these guys say, what a bunch of fucking lying pieces of shit. I knew he should file a lawsuit against John Boxing for defamation. He should. I know he had a rehydration in the first fight, but he did it to Eubank's fault for accepting. Exactly. Fannin saying Bud juicing with no proof is defamation. Sean, do you like the NBA Cup? I don't really pay attention to it. Didn't Shield say she would kick GG's ass? I think she did. She said she'd beat Thurman, GG, a bunch of people. But she's delusional, man. Like literally, that woman's mouth never fucking stops yapping. Oh, the next fight is this young kid, the 17-year-old Julian Montalvo, 4-0 with three knockouts versus Nicholas Patron, a six-rounder. That kid's young, 17. He looks like a kid. Bad hair, like he just fucking woke up out of bed and his mom told him it's time for school. Let's see what's going on with Denver. I know I was watching the game, but I wasn't paying attention because we were here. Denver, Joker, 7, 7, and 7. 7, 7, and 7. The Joker just puts up numbers. Sean, is Antifa good or bad in your opinion? Bad. They should be a terrorist organization and they should all be fucking arrested. I mean, Antifa is global. All it is a communist revolutionary fucking underground fucking group being funded by Soros to create governmental fucking issues, trying to destabilize governments around the world in Christian countries. How come there's no fucking Antifa in Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Turkey? And I don't know why Soros, what his game is. What's his end game to try to destabilize Christian countries? I don't get it. I don't know. But it's probably all part of what Bush Sr. said when he was a president years ago. New world order. They already pushed the global pandemic. They showed they can control us fucking like this, and nobody would protest. Very little. And this is just a move towards that. Soon we're all going to be fucking using our phones, and we're all going to be hooked into the system. If you say something on social media they don't like, your bank account's going to freeze. You're not going to be able to gas for your car. You bought too much meat already this week. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Crazy shit. Delgado. That's a good fight against Gabriel Galaz, Venezuela. But my question with Delgado is, at this point, shouldn't he be fighting for a world title? You're fighting a gatekeeper, but you've already fought tons of gatekeepers. You've already went through that. At this point, you should be fighting to put yourself into a mandatory position to get a fucking world title, not fighting these, you know, bum ass opponents that obviously aren't on your level. You're going to add what? Another knockout to your resume. So you're going to be 24-0 with 17 KOs. And still nobody is going to know who the fuck you are, right? Literally, nobody knows who fucking Delgado is. And this was a guy I remember signed with, who's the Jewish Swiss guy that was part of Golden Boy that helped sell him out to fucking PBC? That guy who was like the main guy that was running fucking Golden Boy. And then, of course, underground, he was working with Al Heyman to try to beat the PBC. That dude, he signed a bunch of guys, and this guy was one of the first guys he signed in his new promotional company. Richard Schaefer, that's him. And this guy signing with Richard Schaefer, you never heard about him, never saw his career. Years later, he popped up on a different promotional company and he was, a contender, even though we'd missed what he's been doing for years under Schaefer and whatever his promotional company was. Joker's a beast. Isn't he like 28, 13, and 11 or something? Pretty much with like two steals a game as well and shooting like 80% from the field. I don't believe he beats any of the top dogs. Yeah, but that's fine. At least we want to see him in with the top dogs, right? I agree with True School where it comes to Delgado. I don't know what he says about Delgado. Top Rank tries to shove the dude down our throats. Well, be honest, he wasn't a top rank fighter before. And now he's older, like 28 years old, 29. And Top Rank is trying to, you know, get the most out of him. Well, they can, because obviously he'd wasted all these years under fucking Schaefer. So it's fine if Top Rank is trying to shove him down our throats, but shove him down our throats by putting him in with fucking a legitimate opponent. Like what weight is Delgado? 147 or 154? Because at 154, of course, they have a current WBO world champion. They could throw him in with him, right? At 147, I mean, obviously you have Norman, but you're fighting Norman is fighting. Are they both the same weight division? Is Delgado that small? I think Vargas is better than Delgado. Well, Vargas has been a pro far shorter time, right? And obviously looks more sensational like his dad, but he's also been brought along really slow against really low end opposition. Sean, have you ever been to Paris, France? I haven't. The only place in Europe I've been is Germany. He already lost to Elvis Rodriguez and got a gift. Oh, so he's a 140-pound fighter. So, okay, so then you got fucking, what's his face? WBO champion there for Top Rank as well. Tio. So you could have put him into a fight with Tio. You had some other fighters. There's shit you should have done. Drunk Irishman's in the house. What do you think of the card today from the UK? Well worth the pay per view. Okay, he looks big. But yeah, I was thinking he's bigger than 140. Luca. Luca. He's got star potential because he's such an arrogant prick. But I'm so happy to see the Lakers play and not fucking listen to LeBron James' name being mentioned. They should fucking sell that guy for fucking 12 eggs and a pound of fucking bacon. Hit it, connect. Ah, you're a 3 point shooter that can't hit a 3 pointer. Laugh out loud. I think he might get lucky and beat Tio because Tio is so fucking overrated in his own right. Well, Tio is a explosive, dynamic fighter. The problem is mentally, the guy ruins his fucking career with stupid bullshit. Look at this dude. He looks like we should be calling fucking ice. Lakers trying to move up for LeBron to get the Luca era started. Well, and they should. They got to build a team around Luca, and having LeBron there is not fucking beneficial at all. I see Delgado like being like Cambosis to Tio. Yeah, maybe that's a very similar style. That would be an interesting fight. Maybe they should do Delgado versus Cambosis, right? You got name recognition for Cambosis. Obviously, if Cambosis beats a guy like Delgado, it's going to put him right back in a conversation for a potential world title fight. Tio has great talent with a weird, weak mind. Yes, exactly. That's what we've been saying about most of these American athletes, regardless of the sport, right? They're all fucking entitled, what do you say? Model coddled, modi coddled, however that expression goes. 17-year-old kid. Is he done officially? Did he retire? I think you got to bounce back with a victory. You don't want to go out with a embarrassing loss to fucking a light puncher like Hitchens. This kid, I wish I had the complexion like him. Suntanned all season. Tio is the type of fighter to beat Stevenson but lose to Pitbull Cruz. That's true. That's true. He is a bit of a fucking enigma in that sense of the word. Some of the fighters he's looked bad against should have been easy victories. So here we go. This young kid, 17-year-old prospect for top rank. Let's see if he's got anything to get excited about. We know JB would say, "Oh, yes, nice right hand down the pipe. Kid looks good." For a 17-year-old, only his fourth fight. Of course, John's going to talk about, look at his resume. It's garbage. Montalvo. Montalvo, the next great Mexican American. Oh, easy work. Yeah, Montalvo's not bad. If I look at Montalvo right now and I compare him to Delgado and fucking Vargas, I think he's got potential to be better than both of those guys. Started pro much earlier. Technically, he looks just as good as they do already, and he's only 17. Long jab, looks pretty long for his height, and has a really good, sharp right hand. Well, he was fighting a bum, right? So this is just a stay busy fight, keep him busy for 2020-25. And they got him under contract, so they're probably obligated to pay him a certain amount of money. So they got to get him in with somebody. Nice body shot from Montalvo. He's got that left Mexican left hook to the fucking liver. Oh yes, that's it. The knockout with the left to the liver. This kid should watch some tape of fucking what's his face. Um, come on, fought Danny Garcia twice. First fight, people thought he won, so got the rematch. Fought Juan Manuel Marquez several times. Oh my God, what's going on with my brain? Old age is settling in. Come on. Uh, oh my God. Great Mexican fucking small fighter. What's his name? Oh, my brain. Come on, somebody help a brother out. Fought Barrera 2 or 3 times. Who fought Barrera 2 or 3 times and fought Danny Garcia twice? What I think Top Rank should do is recycle these old vets like Valdez, Diaz, Joe Gonzalez, Suarez, match them up against each other. Morales, yes, this kid looks like a young Morales. He should watch tape of Morales and try to become like Morales. I mean, if he could become even close to Morales, he'd be a fucking good kid in the future for sure. 17, exciting knockouts. Good job. No, I think putting those kind of guys on undercards, solid competition, good veterans, they get good paydays fighting each other. And because they got name recognition, you throw them in against each other. People are intrigued, right? Obviously, you can't put them at the main event, but you could definitely stack cards with that kind of level of opponent. At least those guys are somewhat relevant, unlike the dudes the PBC force feed us. I think that is who it is. Brian, you think what? I think that is who it is. You mean Morales? Torres said he wants to throw his hat in the ring to get Moses Atoma next, but that's not going to happen. Why are these guys always clout chasing? Like, if this dude wants to be relevant in America, what he should do is chase a fucking Andy Ruiz fight. He's Mexican American. Ruiz is Mexican American. Both are from California. Ruiz is still fucking good and still relevant, right? And was an ex unified world champion. You fight Ruiz in Los Angeles or California. You could do a big fight. It would get a ton of fucking fans out. And if you beat him, then you're legitimate. Why are you calling out a 20-year-old UK fighter whose team is definitely moving him in a complete different fucking direction? Like, they're not even looking in your direction. Not at all. And why would they? You fucking have nothing to contribute at all. I think Fargas is probably the biggest draw out of the guys I mentioned. Well, yes, for sure. Valdez is easily the biggest draw, but he's also a guy that could potentially lose to all fucking three of them, right? So all those fights are good. But this kid, what did you guys think of him? The 17-year-old looks pretty good. Good jab, good right hand, great left hand to the body. With those three punches, if you're great with those, you could do well. Like, who is the kid we just mentioned earlier that just had a great fight at welterweight against the pro box fighter? Like, that guy basically has a jab and a right hand, and he looked sensational because he was so fucking on point. But good win. Julian Montalvo, right? The Mexican fucking, never stops. Mexican boxing never stops, always flowing with the next great Mexican. Now he's 5-0 with 4 knockouts. Obviously, today got a fight against a guy who was 3-2. He's not fighting great opponents, but nonetheless, he is just a 17-year-old. Who are you picking between Navarrete and Nunez? To be fair, I think Navarrete is the better fighter, has the advantages. But at this point, he might be just a little past his best, and that might make him susceptible to Nunez's power. Not look good in this last fight at all. Not at all. It was a very shit performance from him. Obviously, when compare their Christopher Diaz performances, Navarrete has the edge. Yeah, but to be fair, Navarrete fought Diaz years ago, right? When he was really on top of his game. Since then, he's had quite a few disappointing performances. Outside, of course, of his domination and destructive of Valdez. But outside of that, some really piss poor performances from him. Let's go, Luca. But Nunez faced a more hydrated version of Christopher Diaz. More hydrated. Well, you could say that, but Navarrete is always the guy struggling with weight more than anyone. So I don't know how much that really means about anything. I like the fact Top Rank has this countdown clock now between businesses. Obviously, this is for commercials, but it's good that at least they're not leaving you fucking up in the air waiting and no idea what's coming next. So, from the card today that you guys watched from the UK, which fight was the best? How was the Jack Catterall fight? Conor Benn is steadfast about moving to 147 with his popularity coming off a Eubank Ben, probably getting a title shot. Man, if he moves down from 160 to 147, he's going to be fucking Kell Brooked. Kell Brooked. That's why they're talking about who potentially trying to fight him. Devin Haney. Or maybe, what's his face? Mario Barros. Navarrete faced Diaz at 126. But like you say, Navarrete has the argument that he faced the younger version. Younger, more prime version. Oh, foul. Come on, man. Backside foul. Slapping. Coming down on the head. Dude, you hit all hands. Stop the fucking cap. Yeah, you went right across his arms. These basketball players, man, the things they argue, it's fucking crazy. So now we're gonna get Vargas. Oh no, Delgado, Galaz. It should be a good fight. Like we said, Delgado is overrated, not that good. Doesn't look to be really a potential superstar fighter. So you fight a tough, rugged guy like Kalaz, a lot of experience, good chin, aggressive. Could be a fucking barn burner, people. Barn burner. Let's see. Look at this. Numbers that matter. Most career points. Luca's in third behind Jordan and fucking Wilt. Luca, the god. But you guys didn't say. What fight did you like today in that Eubank Ben card? Which fight was the best? Or did you only watch Ben Eubank? I would have liked to see Rakapor against Welsh. I mean, I know he got the knockout win, so that's pretty impressive. Obviously, what's his face is boring, so I imagine his fight was pretty nondescript. I didn't watch the entire card, Jack Catterall's fight, but from what I saw, was the most aggressive with Bozy and is training him. Yeah, that was the curiosity, right? How much better is Jack Catterall going to be now that he's working with Bozy Edwards? Or sorry, Bozy Ennis. We got to see Jack against a better opponent to really know, though. Yeah, that's probably true. Like, who did Jack fight today, anyways? Some domestic UK fighter. Not a bad fighter, but a definite domestic UK guy. Where is it? Uh, just like Richard Rackport. He was the guy I was probably most excited to see on the card, anyways. He is definitely the most exciting fighter. Oh, yeah, okay. Ekal Osaman. That's the guy that Catterall fought. Not a big puncher, but a good fighter. 22-2, only stopped once. 36 years old. Jack stopped him in the 11th round. Fuck. Yeah, that's probably pretty impressive for Jack Catterall to do that. Even though when you look at the resume, he also lost to Harry Scarf, another domestic UK fighter. Jack 32 years old. He's killing the UK domestic fighters. Just beat fucking Harlem Eubank, beat Esakau, coming off of his Arnold Barbosa loss, beat Prograis and Taylor, beat Linares. He's a relevant fighter for sure. Uh, Log, yeah, I saw that De Los Santos is fighting in December. Yeah, that guy beat Taylor, didn't he? Yes. Who is De Los Santos fighting? Obviously, that guy's been out of the ring for fucking ages, man. Like, when was his fight with Shakur Stevenson supposed to happen? Like a year ago? Like, since that fight fell through, the dude's done fucking nothing, zero, zilch. I mean, isn't he a PBC fighter? This tells you everything you need to know about the PBC. You fight with the PBC, and chances are you're not fighting. Vargas has a weird body. His body frame to me looks too feminine. I think his body is like his mom's, not like his dad's. You mean Keyshawn? Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry, yes, Keyshawn. Oh no, I guess that fight was in the spring, right? So, still quite a long time ago. I always thought, looking back, that all those guys like Taylor, Ramirez, and Prograis were overrated. No, De Los Santos left the PBC, I believe. Well, at the end of the day, Taylor ended up being the best out of the three, right? So, Taylor definitely deserves his praise. And as far as opponents, Ramirez and Prograis were solid. As far as top level dudes, well, neither one of them was ever considered pound for pound. The only guy out of the three that ever was Taylor. And that's because obviously you beat guys like Prograis and Ramirez, and you deserve some sort of respect. Who? Excuse me. Oh, Jehoshaphat. But let's get this on. No more fucking around. No more wasting time. Are you excited to watch Vargas, Sean? Um, I'm not a big Vargas fan, but obviously he's very marketable, right? So, obviously for Top Rank, they got a lot invested in him. Who do you think had the better undisputed run, Charlo or Taylor at 140? Easily Taylor. Taylor never lost. He was part of the World Boxing Super Series in the process. He beat a unified champion in Ramirez, and he beat Prograis in the World Boxing Super Series, as well as Baranchek. Wasn't that the first guy he won a title off of? Whereas, what did Jermel do? Jermel got beat twice, right? Had to redo fights two times to finally get wins to get the belts. I mean, come on. Like, when you're losing to fucking guys that are, you talk about overrated. Who are the two guys that basically beat fucking Charlo? Like, you can't hate on Taylor, Ramirez, and Prograis, and then hype up the guys that fucking Charlo fucking fought, because nobody he fought was more decorative, had better wins and better resumes than those guys. And he didn't have to go through a World Boxing Series to get titles, right? Where you're fighting guys and you don't know who they are. You can't pick and choose your opponents because the PBC controls all the belts at 154 pounds. Whose bodies like their mom's? Vargas. He just looks soft, right? He has no vascularity. I mean, obviously he's in shape, but he looks like, he's just, for a pro athlete, I mean, he's obviously in shape, but he's just not built like a man. Too much fucking estrogen in his diet. You know what they said? I'm still really impressed with some of the things Prograis has been able to do throughout his career. I just think Prograis was a reflex fighter. Definitely, I agree. Yeah, and this is no shade towards Charlo, but it's just honesty. It's like when you talk about who had the weakest run at 100 to become undisputed. Devin Haney. Devin Haney beat one fucking guy to become undisputed, and that was George Kambosos. Like if you were to compare, let's compare Ramirez, Prograis, right, and then fucking who's the guy that Charlo beat? The Argentinian kid, I can't remember his name, and then the guy fucking from Detroit, right? And then you throw in Banana, and then you throw in George Kambosos. I mean, George Kambosos might not be the worst out of all six of those fighters, Castano, but he's definitely not the best. He's probably the last or the second last fighter there. Banana would probably be under fucking George. Harrison, maybe Harrison would be fucking below him as well, because George's best win against Tio is way better than anything Harrison did. I know he beat Charlo, uh, but is beating Charlo better than beating Tio? Tio is prime undefeated fighter coming off of a Lomachenko win. Harrison beat Charlo, who wasn't the best Charlo. His brother was the best Charlo, right? That was always the consensus. So he ran over Lubin. Yeah, but Lubin was a prospect, hadn't even fought a top 10 competitor. If you could go back and watch my video breaking down that card, right? I stated in the card, I said this is way too early to put Lubin in with a dangerous guy like fucking Charlo. The guy's not even fought a top 10 competitor. Kind of the same thing I said about what's his face fighting Tank Davis, right? Kind of like I said about Morrell as well. These guys are hyped, but they haven't went through the fucking battles to test them to see if they were really prepared for that elite level opponent. And all three of them failed when they stepped up because none of them were given the opportunity to build themselves properly. Castano did beat Lara and got robbed too. That's true, but that was an old fucking version of Lara who had already got beat by Hurd, Jared Hurd, and nobody's calling Jared Hurd a fucking superstar. So I give Charlo quite a bit of credit for that win. The only issue I have with Castano, he disappeared. David, crazy, absolutely vanished. Yeah, he got his money, right? And then he's moving back to Argentina, probably has a fucking horse ranch, taking it easy, living large, kind of like Maidana after he got his money from Floyd. You can live a good life in Argentina. It's a pretty stable economy. You probably can buy land and stuff very cheap. You start doing like cattle farming and stuff like that, and you can make money to support your family just based on doing that. They got some good meat down in Argentina. Yeah, and Virgil folded up Lubin. If Lubin would have been competitive with Virgil, I might give Charlo more credit for that win. Well, Charlo gets tons of credit for the win. The problem was hyping up Lubin as if he was some superstar. He was an untested prospect when Lubin beat him, right? The one thing you can say about Devin Haney is he did exactly what he should do after beating George Kambosos. He fought the best fighter in the division in Vasily Lomachenko. So hats off for that. He didn't need to do that, even though I think contractually he was obligated to do it. But uh, that showed you some real fucking testicular fortitude to actually prove yourself by fighting the guy that people felt was the best. I scored the first fight 7-5 for Castano over Mel. Me too. What happened to that Marcus Escueda guy? I thought he beat Naji Lopez and got robbed. I don't know if I've ever heard that name before. Ah, from Argentina. Well, obviously he didn't get the bag versus Naji Lopez. So it's a different situation. Who knows what happened with him? Oh, Delgado's got Robert Garcia in his corner. Garcia, man, he easily has the biggest fucking stable in boxing. Like his stable is fucking crazy, ridiculous. What are these guys trying to shoot from fucking the stands and get it in the hoop? Impossible. Oh, alley oop. Oh, nice. That's a good play. Alley oop from the stands, bounced off the floor, caught and dunked. That's more interesting than most stuff that we see. There are no highlights of the fight because they don't want Najee Lopez to look bad. Really? Well, we know what Najee Lopez is. He's just like the guy that got beat recently. He's a good pro box fighter. They've got three or four of them that look good. One, of course, just got fucking exposed, destroyed. And as I said, when Najee Lopez steps up to world level competition, inevitably he's going to get fucking destroyed as well. Right now, do you think Ben Whitaker is a world level fighter? Well, I think he's still a young kid, right? So he needs more quality fights to earn his opportunity, but not just that, but also to is that the owner of fucking the Bucks? Throws like my sister. When you're a billionaire, you can throw like my sister. Uh, you'll pay somebody to throw for you. But like guys like him, they need to have the good fights to prepare them for elite level competition. That's why I'm saying Utama doesn't need to be pushed already. He's only 20 years old, right? He's younger than fucking Abdullah Mason. And Abdullah Mason, for his big world title fight, is getting a domestic UK fighter. So let's keep that in perspective. I mean, if you're going to throw Moses Atama in against a fucking domestic level UK fighter to get a vacant WBO title, people would probably be shitting on him in the process, right? Let's be honest. They'd say, oh, he's just being gifted a title. He's not fighting anyone real. Kind of like what they said about Anthony Joshua, and he fought the PBC dude to become a champion. It just is what it is. For Whitaker, I think they definitely should move him properly. He's a skilled fighter. Obviously, he was a great amateur, but his arrogance and cockiness, it's kind of like the dude that's getting the fight with Murtazaliev, right? That guy coming out of the Olympics was supposed to be the next superstar UK fighter. And then the first time he was thrown in with a real legitimate top level dude, he got fucking embarrassed and beaten up and hasn't really recovered, right? That's why he's going to that Murtazaliev fight, and nobody thinks he's going to beat Murtazaliev. Nobody. Even Matchroom that just signed him, they don't think he's going to fucking beat that guy. They just signed him so they could make the fight. Money. But here we go. Yeah, Garcia has trained Delgado a long time. You know, I got a lot of faith in Garcia and what he does for his boxers. They might not all be elite superstar fighters, but they're all going to come in shape with a game plan. Can they beat the competitors in front of them? Maybe yes, maybe no. But they're going to be professional and prepared. Valenzuela. For him, this is a big chance, man. More money. You beat a guy like this, you put yourself right into big money fights, probably a rematch. I got to put the Denver game on. This game is not that exciting. Let's go Denver. 95-92. It's close. So what do we think about this fight? Do you think Delgado's going to be able to stop uh, Valenzuela, or is it going to go the distance for a banger? Because that's how this fight could turn out. It could be potentially one of those fights of the year type of fights. But if Delgado is really who people are hyping him up to be, he should get the fucking knockout victory. Can he do it? That's the question. The world is asking. I, Sean, are you doing any open panel shows in the near future? The last time I tried to invite people, somehow, some reason it didn't work out. So since then, I haven't really thought too much about it. But I wouldn't mind putting some people on the panel and having a debate when there's a good conversation worth having. Maybe we'll try to see if it works and then set up a specific panel so we can get a few people organized beforehand. Generally, panel stuff, I don't like long lives with panels because it just becomes a lot of talking over top of each other, a lot of shouting. If it's shorter and very specific, then it's probably better. But we will see. Did Bomac hurt Trainer of the Year candidacy with his putrid Eubanks performance? Uh, Obviously, he got a great win versus Bud Crawford versus Canelo. We kind of forgot about that. Bomac definitely is in the conversation. I saw where Lubin says he's going to move up to 160. I saw that. He's done and chinless, though. Roy Jones trading Spence, idiotic or smart move for Spence? Idiotic. Look at how many people work with Spence and how it worked out, like John Pascal and others. Never worked out. If you do a live panel, invite H Money in 78. Panels always go left. Exactly. Maybe a Jesus Ramo rematch, perhaps. Sean, I remember years ago, you went to H Money and he ran you off. He didn't run me off. How am I going to stay on a panel or not even a panel? He invited me. And this is the guy that used to jump on my channel. We were very respectful. I never said bad things about him. He'd jump in, we'd say, hey, we'd have conversations. He invited me, and I'm like, cool, okay, I'll jump in. And all he did was start fucking screaming and accusing me of this and that, never let me have a chance to say anything, and was totally a fucking mental case. That's not running me off. That's fucking, what do you call it? When you get somebody to go into a trap and then you start shooting them from above. That's what it was. It was all a setup for him to fucking feed into his racially motivated fan base. Even though I'm surprised anybody listens to his 8 hour lives, but apparently some people do. Roy is a great mentor, but a terrible coach. Probably for a fucking Ortiz fight. Yeah, he set me up, man. And we've been cool. I also used to see him on BB's fucking channel as well. So I had no hostility towards him. I know lots of people did, and they said bad things about him. I didn't. Ambush. There you go. Thank you. It was an ambush. You imagine you're cool with somebody, they invite you to their channel. You go over thinking, oh, cool, we're going to have a conversation. Obviously, he's pro this guy, and I'm pro Lomachenko. So we're going to talk about that. And then I go there, and all of a sudden, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like trying to have a debate with BDA, or not BDA, sorry, BDFP, or whatever the fucking Mighty Midgets channel is called, right? He wanted to do lives, but I see what he did with other people. He shout over you. He fucking just talk crazy shit. It's like, why do I want to go to your channel to fuel your fucking racially motivated fan base, BFTB, when you're just going to be a complete fucking retard? I'm a grown up. I'm not fucking having retarded conversations with assholes. Like John Boxing comes to my channel. Do I sabotage him and fucking ambush him? No. I let John talk. It's civil conversation. Actually, far more civil than you would think, considering all the bad things he says. And then he comes to my channel and he's very civil and controlled and behaved. The fight's on. Round one. But yeah, Sean, what happens to Jay Cota cook John Boxing as bad as you do? I don't know what happened to Cota. He is also a little fucking off the hinge, that guy, when he was doing like all kinds of weird fucking videos on strange topics. I used to go to H Money's channel. His channel was great for boxing talk in the middle of the night during COVID. Back then, it was a global panel. Man, you don't stop talking about race. How old are you? What's your obsession with black people? Listen to this fucking turd. Okay, buddy. I'm not the one that brought up age money. I'm just telling you fucking the situation. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself. How old am I? Am I supposed to be offended? You're the guy coming on my channel trolling me with a fucking stupid name and a stupid fucking emoji. But Delgado, Galaz, both guys kind of feeling themselves out. You figure once they open up, ooh, nice left uppercut from Delgado. This fight could turn into a barn burner. Delgado definitely throws with fucking mean aggression every punch. Big right hand from Venezuela. Valenzuela. Yes, yes, go fuck yourself. Get a life. Oh my God. Dude, you're the one trolling me. You should get a fucking life. Just think about you are like the scum on the fucking pond. I'm the pond. Exactly. I'm a good guy. I have open conversations with everybody. The things John says, the radicalized fucking nature of his personality in his channel, yet he comes here and he's very civil. Makes you feel he's a well brought up young man. But then you hear his videos. I bet his parents don't listen to his videos because I think they would be fucking shocked by the hateful things that he says. I mentioned this recently. I look forward to Matthias versus Dalton Smith. Again, another domestic UK fighter. How good is Dalton Smith, right? I know he's getting quite a bit of push, but that's like a lot of UK fighters, whether we're talking about Whitaker, Atoma, Dalton Smith, right? You only really know how good these guys are when they actually fight good competition. And at that point, are they going to win and prove themselves like Pero did when he beat Matthias, or are they just going to be shown to be, you know, limited one-dimensional fighters? Make America Great is either Richard or JB himself. It's probably Richard. Richard's a little too old to be fucking masquerading as somebody else, but he is a bit of a turd, so nobody'd be shocked or surprised that that was him. That was a nice uppercut from Delgado. Round two. He throws a very powerful fucking jab to set off everything. Oh, caught a nice fucking shot there. Nice right hand from Gallo. Galaz. The one thing about guys like Galaz, right? With all that experience, they know how to survive. even if they're not going to win the fight, they're not going to fucking get destroyed or you know get put out early. They're going to do what they have to do to survive and be competitive. And so far, that's what he's doing. Good head movement. Obviously, not that active, but if he's too active, then obviously he's open for counters. The question is, Delgado, does Delgado have the skills to expose him, to break him down and stop him? Well, yeah, Top Rank is working with quite a few promoters right now to make fights, right? Obviously, they're working with DAZN to make the Nunez fight. Apparently, they're going to work with Pro Box to make the Espinoza versus what do you call it fight? True School Sports favorite fighter. So, because they're between contracts right now, they're still trying to get their fighters fights and stay busy. Carissa, she has to talk about herself because nobody else is talking about her. She's fucking irrelevant. Cruz versus Matias, or you throw Russell in that mix. Russell, Cruz, and Matias. Man, those would have been fucking some exciting fights. Dale Bailey. Oh, it probably is fucking Dale Bailey. Yeah, because he hasn't been around for a while. So that's probably him. The guy says, "How old am I?" But he's like fucking older than me. And now he's like making fake channels to troll people. Pathetic. I think Roach is going to beat Cruz. Looks like the Warner Brother deal isn't going to happen with Top Rank. Why? When is YouTube starting the IP ban? I don't know. What's the IP ban? I haven't heard anything about it. What's that? And what's it supposed to do? I live in my own little world over here in Taiwan, so I'm not necessarily up to date with everything that's going around. Round three. I think so far it's obvious Delgado's winning the fight, but can he do enough to make a fucking name for himself? Hey, Jag, long time no see. Welcome. Thank you very much. Look at you, a card in Mexico, and here you are, jumping on, supporting your brethren. I mean, Top Rank's ESPN deal ended in July, and we are in November. Yeah, yeah, but we figured everything was going to be kind of 2026 beginning, right? And there's supposed to be like a few deals and a few platforms that they're going to be working with, which isn't a good thing because now you're just going to spread that money through multiple platforms to make it more difficult for boxing fans to support boxing. All I know is I hope it's apps that I can actually watch in Taiwan. And if that's the case, I'd be super stoked. If you block someone, their device will be blocked forever from any account. Like any of your accounts. Ah, I see. So if I block one guy, but he opens up other channels on other YouTube channels, it's going to block them right away. Oh, that's cool. That's going to stop a lot of that cloning type of garbage. Jamaican food all day. I love Jamaican food. Mexican food, I have nothing against it. I think it's good, but I don't think it's very diverse. Even though, to be fair, I'm not that, I'm not from California or Texas, so I probably don't have a good enough knowledge of Mexican food. I'm sure a big country like Mexico, depending on what region you go to, it must be more diverse than I give it credit for. Obviously, I'm just eating Mexican food in Western countries, so it's probably a piss poor example. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if St. John was behind the cloning as well. Another fucking guy with no life. Like these dudes, man, what do they do for life that they have so much time to make clone channels to go fucking troll people? Mexican food in Taiwan, fucking rudimentary at best. Like obviously when you have a feel for it, you can eat it, but I mean it's nothing to get excited about. There's a few Mexican restaurants, and then there's also Chili's, which obviously has a bit of Mexican food on their menu as well. But yeah, I had chili con carne yesterday. JSB, he's been a good boy lately. Laugh out loud. Who is JSB? Oh, John Sean Boxing. I see. Ugh, the Joker, round four. Yeah, see, this is the problem with a guy like Delgado. He looks good, but he's very one dimensional. So when he fights a really good opponent, he's just gonna fucking get taken apart. Cheers. But I grew up in Toronto, so eating Jamaican food was literally almost every day for lunch. We'd go to what was it, Mary's, something Mary's chicken for lunch, or just go to Jamaican food when we had less money. Man, we just saw a 5 second knockout in the UFC. Machado, St. John, and Silias are finally on good terms. You guys got like this whole fucking community of guys that just troll each other and go back and forth through channels. It's crazy. I can't keep up with what's going on. Why is Canada so damn expensive? Because our government is fucking shit and they're being controlled by the European market and everything the Europeans are doing. So it's expensive like Europe. They're fucking us over, taxing us like crazy, taking away Christianity, fucking selling our country fucking through fucking illegal immigration. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Jamaican food spicy. Um, Depends who's cooking it, but it can be really spicy depending on how many peppers you put in. Like as an example, you get a Jamaican patty, right? Just from a normal Jamaican food stall on Jane and Keel across from, York Memorial High School. There's like two or three of them. You go to one, you get a patty, it's just like a meat pie. Yeah, it's not going to kill you with the spice, but it's definitely got a spice, a bit of a kick to it, right? So that, you get a little sweaty, but it's not overpowering where you're like, ah. But then my friend who always cooked for his family, he put a little extra peppers in there because he liked his food spicy. So his Jamaican food was always a lot more spicy, a lot more kick to it. So it depends, I guess, who's cooking it. But when you think about Jamaican food, it's a great mix. You have the African aspect, you have Chinese and Indian, and then you bring it all together to get basically Jamaican food, right? So three great cultures mixed together to make a whole new fucking hodgepodge of delicious food. Jerk chicken. Jerk chicken is good with that jerk sauce. Lomachenko didn't want to fight Pacquiao. I can respect it. You mean recently? Curry chicken, curry goat, oxtail. Yes, Jamaican food is good. What did we used to always eat? Red snapper. Lomachenko would beat all the top up and coming guys at 135 like Mason and Muratala. At this point, yes, for sure he would. I mean, Abdullah Mason is potentially a great fighter, but at this point, he's still a young, raw kid, right? And Muratala, yeah, I'm sort of sad that Lomachenko didn't fight Raymond Muratala because that would have been his mandatory. So I would have been happy if he beat George Kambosos and then defended his title once, beating Raymond Muratala. But imagine the hate and criticism Lomachenko would have got for defending his title against his mandatory, right? That's the craziness. If he would have fought Raymond Muratalla, he would have been criticized and hated on. Yet Raymond Muratalla is just as good as any opponent that fucking Tank Davis had at 135 pounds, and it wouldn't have been on fucking pay per view. Virgil versus Charlo in Texas. Well, to be fair, I wish that Charlo and Spence would fight, and then Virgil could fight the winner, and that would be a little more, justified. People would be excited. You get Spence and Charlo in there against each other. That'd be a big fight. Obviously, the PBC would put that on pay per view for sure. And then the winner of that would have a lot of momentum behind them. So then, if Virgil Ortiz fought them, then he wouldn't get a lot of criticism and hate because he'd be fighting a guy that was coming off of a big victory. Loma could do no right in haters' eyes. That's a fact. Just like lots of guys, Canelo, Golovkin. You notice that when we say that, it's all non FBA fighters. All these FBA fighters could do no right. There's nothing they could do to be praised for. And ironically, people that spent years and years hating on Loma will then use Loma to fucking hype up Devin Haney's resume. Well, look, Devin Haney beat fucking Lomachenko, a pound for pound fighter. Oh, he's a pound for pound fighter now that you want to use him to hype up Devin Haney. But when he was pound for pound fighting other guys, you were criticizing him being ranked in the pound for pounds. Crazy. It's like guys hating on Junto Nakatani, but yet they don't even talk about Shakur Stevenson, and his resume is not even fucking as good as Junto Nakatani's, right? But that no one questions him being on the pound for pound list. There's no question about him being a top 10 pound for pound fighter. But yet, if you want to talk about who has he beat, who the fuck has Shakur Stevenson beat? Nobody. His best opponent is what? Oscar fucking Valdez? Oh my God. Oscar fucking Valdez. If Junto Nakatani beat an Oscar Valdez opponent, he would be fucking shit on for taking on such low level competition. Yeah, Spence versus Tim Zoo. That would be a big money fight. That would be on pay per view right off the bat. Even with both guys coming off of crippling fucking knockout losses. But yeah, it would sell. Yes, no tune ups. But Tim Zoo, it wouldn't be so bad if he was coming off of a mediocre win, say, versus Zarafa. But apparently his brother's going to fight Zarafa and not Tim. So we're in round five, and fucking Delgado is still throwing bombs. And Galazzo does what Galazzo does. Stay here, not get knocked out. But as far as winning rounds and trying to win the fight, not really. He's a gatekeeper. That's what he is. He's there to fucking give you rounds. If he goes the distance with you and doesn't get embarrassed, that's a victory for him. Moving into round six. At this point, I do think Delgado will probably get him out by around round nine. I think the body punches and stuff are just wearing him down, breaking him down. But what's going on with this game? Denver up by 10 points with 2 minutes to go. Let's go, Denver. What's my man Joker doing? Huh? What's my phone say? 8078, but here it says 113 to 103. What's going on, phone? What the fuck? Come on, man. You messed up. That's not the score. It ain't even close. Round six. Luca 41, 9, and 6. Luca's averaging almost 40 fucking points a game. And still, ironically enough, he's not even ranked in the NBA's ranking system, right? Let me show you. It's crazy because last year was similar. Whenever I was trying to look at Luca's and find his stats, his name was never in the NBA rankings. It's like he's blackballed by the NBA. NBA player individual stats. I just talked. How can I be a fucking computer? What do you think of Wimby? I think Wimby is a dominant, destructive player, but the problem is dudes with his length and height break down physically. They don't last. He is like the modern Ralph Sampson. I don't know if you guys remember Ralph Sampson. Ralph Sampson was a two-time college player of the year for Virginia, went to Houston, was a dominant NBA player, and physically being 7'4", he just could not last. Yeah, there you go. So there's the leading scorers. You notice who you don't see. You don't see fucking Dontich's name in the top five. But he should be he should be number one. Braun going to destroy the chemistry. Crazy if Reeves is averaging 26. He is, right? But to be fair, some of that was when Luca was not playing for a few games. So then he had to carry the offense. Come on, Delgado. Get in there. You got to hit the body a little more. If he hits the body more, this fight would be over by now. He missed a week. And like, how many games you got to play before you start to qualify? Because ironically, I think if I look, Zion is still fucking ranked, and Zion, he's fucking missed at least as much games as Luca. Let me see if Zion's name is still on the list. Zion. Paulo Banchero, he's missed games. He's still there. Okay. I don't see Zion, so that might be true because his name is not listed. And he was in the top 25 before. Sean, is the player better or there's no defensive resistance? Yeah, no. The players are better, but there's also far less player resistance. Before you could hand check. If you've played basketball, especially like street ball, where people could put their hand on you, it's hard to fucking play when a dude got his hand on your hips. Like, it's tough, man. When a guy can't touch you and you can use your dribble to fucking create space and get a guy turned so that you get an advantage, it's much easier. Once he puts a hand on your hip, he can control you, what direction you're going. You can't cross over because now he's fucking got you by the hip. So it's much harder to play that way. Like you look at Joker, and Joker is probably the most skilled big man in NBA history. But is he the best NBA player ever? I don't think so. But is he the most skilled? For sure. And because he's so skilled, he's able to dominate today's game. Even though they were saying that big lumbering centers don't fit into the modern game, but because his skill set is so high, obviously he's able to sort of transition and dominate, right? Round seven. Yeah, well, that's fucking James Harden, right? That's his move. Barkley with the Sixers was leaps and bounds better than any Zion. That's true. That's true. Barkley was just a better overall basketball player. Zion was just such a dominant physical specimen. He was able to easily dominate in high school and then went to Duke and dominated college basketball as well. But college basketball now is not as good as it used to be. Before you had to play 3 or 4 years, you couldn't go early, right? Now you get tons of players leaving after the first year. Before you couldn't do that. So teams were much deeper, much better, had more chemistry back in the day. When you think about those great Patrick Ewing teams and Chris Mullin teams and Pearl Washington and Michael Jordan teams, right? Like you think about Ralph Sampson, who was a senior for Virginia, won two players of the year. Like that guy would have went fucking pro after 1 year in college in the modern game. Sean, do you remember Bigfoot Martin? I do. I do. Joker beat Minnesota. I think the Denver Nuggets are going to win the NBA title this year. I hope so, at least. Last year, with a weaker bench, they ended up taking Oak City to game 7. This year, with a better bench, I think they're going to win. Oh, what's his face is hurt. My white boy for Denver. Ah, man, this is why people don't really like or don't rate Delgado. He's just too one-dimensional. He's fighting a gatekeeper, but in round 7, the fight's still competitive. Obviously, he's winning the fight clearly, but now fucking Galaz's jab is starting to pepper him. He hasn't went to the body nearly as much as he should have, right? He's too busy trying to throw haymakers every time he gets into range. Moses Malone would bully the Joker. Uh, the difference is the Joker could pull Moses Malone out to the 3 point line and play high fucking pick and roll, pulling Moses right out of the key. Moses couldn't fucking, that Moses wouldn't be nearly as effective off of pick and rolls, off of Joker's passing, that 76ers team, and wouldn't be able to cover him outside the 3 point line, right? He would just outwork him inside on the boards, rebounding. Don't get me wrong. I'm a huge fucking Philadelphia 76ers fan. That team with Moses Malone, Dr. J, Cunningham, fucking James Toney, Maurice Cheeks, my favorite team in history. I love the 76ers. The year they won and Dr. J was able to get his NBA championship was the best day of my life after years and years of losing to LA and fucking Boston. Sean, is Rasheed Wallace Hall of Fame worthy? If not, why Draymond? Oh, come on, man. Draymond's won how many world titles? How many world titles has Rasheed Wallace fucking won? Rasheed Wallace is a way better player than Draymond Green. The difference is one guy's a winner, the other guy wasn't. The other guy hurt his team as much as he helped his team, was never able to fucking be the key fucking instrument to lead his team to a title. All the ability in the world, long, athletic, fucking a great two-way player, a way better player overall than fucking Draymond Green. Like if you were telling me who I was going to draft, I would pick Rasheed Wallace fucking every single time. But Draymond's a winner. Sixers, yeah, one chip. How much did Draymond got now? Five. Did you see the fact that Golden State just beat San Antonio 2 games in a row? Right? Game 1, Draymond fucking basically stopped Wemby. The guy is 6'7", playing a 7'4". Okay, sorry, a 7'4", 7'5" Wemby, and he stopped him. Who's better than Wilt? Oh, you're trying to say because he has more titles? Are you saying Green? Come on, man. Get real. You're trying to compare fucking Rasheed Wallace to fucking Will Chamberlain? Come on. That's a stupid argument. Nobody said just because you have more titles means you're a better player. We're talking about Rasheed Wallace and Draymond Green. You want to get into the Hall of Fame, you need to be Hall of Fame fucking worthy. Rasheed Wallace had all the ability and all the talent. He just wasn't as effective as a player as Draymond Green was, right? If you want to make an example, you should say Robert Horry, who has like what, 6 world titles and is never going to be a Hall of Famer. KG got 1 chip, and KG is a Hall of Famer. KG was a dominant player and then was able to work with another team to become a champion. Obviously, that team should have won more than 1 chip, but sometimes things don't work your way. Exactly. A cheap punch, Calazo or Galaza. Like, what's the point you're trying to prove? That somehow Rasheed Wallace is a better player than Draymond Green? Draymond Green is like this generation's fucking Dennis Rodman. If you're gonna ask me who would I rather draft, Green, fucking Rasheed Wallace, Dennis Rodman, I'd pick Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed Wallace had the higher upside out of either one of those two players. Great defensive player, great two-way player, great offense, a guy that could easily score 30, 35, 40 points for your team, right? Could be the number one option on your team, but ultimately would be better if he was number 2 or number 3. But Dennis Rodman and Draymond Green are fucking winners. They do the intangible things to make your team win, right? They're able to put their ego away to be successful as a team player. I would also take KG over all of them. KG is on my top team of all time. Who's my team? Olajuwon, KG, uh, Jordan, Iverson, and as my small forward, uh, I could pick Larry Bird, but I'm trying to be honest with everybody. Historically, I would never have put Bird on my list, but Bird probably should be on my list. But I would probably pick somebody else for my small forward, somebody that was more of a team player. But off the top of my head, I can't think of who would be. But everyone else thinks Tim Duncan should be on my list, not KG. But I pick with my heart, not with my head. Feelings over facts. I love KG. I love his tenacity. He was a way better upside player than Duncan. Not Kawhi. Kawhi played for San Antonio as a role player at best. He did go to Toronto and he did lead them to a title, which was his peak. But at his peak, I think there's better small forwards in the NBA than him. Bird would have been perfect because of his great passing, great rebounding, great 3-point shooting to spread the floor, making room for fucking Iverson and Jordan. Obviously, KD can also step out and hit the three, and Olajuwon is just the most versatile big man in basketball history. So, you put him on that team, he could be your dominant inside scorer, but he could also come out, set picks, and roll for lobs. He could defend out to the 3-point line. That team defensively would be fucking dangerous. Allen Iverson so long and so quick leading with Jordan. And I'm trying to think who my small forward would be. And then obviously KG and fucking Olajuwon. Two big guys as athletic and mobile as them. Oh my God. Okay, I'll put Bird in there because you don't need Bird to be athletic with that team around you. What you need is his intangibles and fucking winning mentality. So there you go. Iverson, Jordan, Bird, KG, and fucking Olajuwon. Best NBA team in history. Moses, before he got older, used to outplay Hakeem. No, Hakeem was a prospect, a rookie who worked out with Moses Malone to become a great player. Most underrated player ever, 3-time MVP, and people don't remember. Well, People don't remember any old school boxing, basketball, or anything from the past, right? This modern generation that hypes up LeBron James as being the best player ever, it just shows you everything you need to know. It's all recency bias with these guys. They literally don't know any fucking history of the sport that they follow. I'm not crazy about Kawhi. No, his whole personality and mentality uh, rubs me the wrong way. In truth, he should never have left San Antonio if he was a real one. Come on, round nine, and Delgado, you look no closer to stopping this guy than fucking you did before. The most underrated player ever is Elgin Baylor. I don't know if he's underrated. Elgin Baylor is considered one of the top players in NBA history. Probably his teammate is the most underrated, Jerry West, because Elgin Baylor is always talked about as the original fucking, superstar black NBA player. Jerry West, the logo. I mean, a lot of people that knew him setting up the Lakers and getting Kobe to LA and doing the things he does don't even know that Jerry West was a player. And, you know, was he the best player or was Elgin Baylor the best player? They were basically one and two. Yeah, that's why I say put Bird at small forward. Elgin should have won. He had enough talent to win. West and Elgin both needed to win together. Jerry West, a great, great player and executive. As an executive, he kind of outshines himself as a player, right? As crazy as that is. And you got to ask yourself, when are they going to change the logo just to make it more modern? Nothing against Jerry West. And, sometimes in history, things change, right? Jerry West was the logo for a long time. Maybe it's time to put Michael Jordan's fucking obviously you couldn't do that because that logo is probably owned by Nike, but you know, that's probably the logo you should put in the middle right now as the new logo. Why don't you change it? In history, things change. It's not disrespectful to history. It just shows you that things progress, times change. Barkley should have won. He had enough help in Philly, Phoenix, and Houston. Well, that Houston team was fucking a great team. The problem is Barkley was just not a fucking winner. No, Leonard is a great defender, but Bird was an underrated defender. He's kind of like Wayne Gretzky. His ability to see the floor and play the angles uh, made him a very underrated defender for a slow white boy that couldn't jump. Great hands. It's a shame, right, that that didn't happen. It would have been interesting to see that Jordan's team against those Houston teams that won back-to-back NBA titles. But I gotta favor the Bulls to win and say probably the reason Houston won is because the Bulls obviously were not together at that point. Barkley chokes Kevin Johnson in 94 and 95. They were 2-0, 3-1 on Houston, but blew it. Yeah, and I love Kevin Johnson. I remember when he played for California, Berkeley, in university. That guy was a high flying point guard, man. Super fucking exciting. Even in the NBA, some of the dunks he threw down on dudes, excellent. But yeah, he also just couldn't fucking come through clutch when he needed to. Does he belong in the Hall of Fame? NBA Hall of Fame is a little different than boxing Hall of Fame. It's a little more scrutiny attached to it, right? They're not so quick to put guys into the basketball Hall of Fame. Kevin Johnson never won a college title, never won an NBA title. So I don't know. Is he a Hall of Famer? Think about Mark Price. Is Mark Price a Hall of Famer for his time in Georgia Tech, and then later on his time for Cleveland. That Cleveland team was great with Nance, uh, the center from North Carolina, Doherty, and then of course Price. Should Sean Kemp be in the Hall of Fame? Probably not. And I love Sean Kemp. Sean Kemp and Peyton. I remember watching Sean Kemp in the All Star game in high school, and he grabbed a rebound from one side, dribbled the ball all the way down, and then threw down a reverse dunk over a defender. And I was like, I love this guy. I love this guy. This guy is a fucking monster. And then I enjoyed years and years of watching him in the NBA. Round 11. Come on, Delgado. Like, this is the reason why you're kind of an anomaly because you just can't fucking finish guys the way you should. Like, you're not fighting a top 10 opponent. This guy is a fucking gatekeeper. You're fighting a gatekeeper, and the fight's going literally 12 fucking rounds because you're a one dimensional fighter. Ring aside, Kevin Johnson is better than Chauncey Billups. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's a better overall player than Chauncey Billups. I would have drafted him instead of Chauncey Billups 100%. But Chauncey Billups was a winner. You could say that that's the organization. Obviously, that has a lot to do with things as well, the team that you're a part of. Would you take Kevin Johnson over Hardaway, Billups, and Rondo? Yes, I would. 100%. I would totally take him over them. He was just a taller, more athletic, uh, better player, I think. Rondo couldn't shoot. Billups, was a good player. Hardaway, short, couldn't defend, but was a fucking bomber from 3-point range. But out of all of them, who's the successful guys? Not Hardaway, not Johnson, Billups and Rondo, guys that were able to adapt and play within the team structure. So 140 pounds. Let's see where this guy is. Okay, so right now, if Delgado wins, he's number three. He's fighting number four. Valenzuela is ranked number four. What does this tell you about fucking the IBF rankings? Garbage, as always. But obviously, the winner of this is going to become Richard Hitchens mandatory. You think Richard Hitchens is going to fucking struggle with fucking Delgado? Easy work, man. Easy fucking work. Hitchens beats this guy easily. I think fucking Oscar Duarte, who's at number five, would beat this guy, would stop him. Steve Nash, well, I like Steve Nash more than I like all of them, obviously, him being Canadian. And Steve Nash was his Phoenix teams, man, they got robbed that year. Fucking the guy keep checked Nash out of bounds, and then the guys jumped off the bench and fucking screwed everything up. But Stoudemire, Sean Marion, Steve Nash. Oh my God. What a fucking great team that was. I love Nash. But to be fair, Nash is probably better all around player than Rondo and Billups. Probably similar to Hardaway. Both not great defenders, both great shooters, both could run the offense. Both, Nash was a little taller, but neither of them defensively were really great. I'm a Heat fan. I love Tim Hardaway. Even though Tim Hardaway's best part of his career was for Golden State. Karl Malone, Kevin Johnson on the same team. Wow, best hide your kids. Why? What did Kevin Johnson do? Steve Nash couldn't guard a telephone pole. He's got an MVP, two MVPs. Yes. Yes, but in truth, he probably only deserves one of those MVPs. If you want to say white privilege for Steve Nash winning two MVPs, that's probably the perfect example of white privilege. Oh, 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 come on, Delgado. Fucking short, sweet fucking left hand from Galaza dropped Delgado on his fucking ass. That's the problem, man. You can't play with tough, dangerous fucking gatekeepers like this guy. He's just waiting for his moment. He waited 12 rounds for his moment, but fucking eventually he got it. Oh, oh, that's a wake up. That's why you should have been going to the body all fight, guy. Kevin was mayor of Sacramento. Yeah, he was. That's why I'm thinking, what kid stuff did he do? I don't understand the kid reference. Tim played the lanes well. He got a couple steel titles. Whoa, that was exciting. Nice little short left hand from Galaza. He just threw it again, hoping to fucking have more success. More success. Oh, Oak City's killing everyone. Is there any game that they've been a part of that's fucking competitive? Oh, another great left hand from Galaza. Galaza tough as nails, man. He ain't gonna win, but in a sense, he kind of exposed Delgado in this fight, showing you that this kid just tries to land power shots, but he's not that effective. Everything is the same speed. He's one dimensional. He doesn't go to the body well enough. He's open for short left hands. Oak City, yeah, they're super young. They lost like two of their top bench scorers, and two new guys have taken over seamlessly. Yeah, well, this is an easy fight, like stylistically. Like I heard the conversation that Hitchens was going to move up to 147 and take on somebody there. Didn't I? What was the potential fight I heard Hitchens being a part of? Like the reality, let's hope Hitchens is in a fucking unification fight at 140 because that would be something to get excited about, right? Guys putting SGA over Jordan and Kobe. Yeah, they're stupid. Like we said earlier, recency bias, right? SGA has 2 good years and all of a sudden he's the best player in history. Get real. I really do hope they reschedule Hiroka and Gary Russell. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will because Hiroka is his mandatory, so it's not like you can duck him. Dalton Smith, mandatory. You got to say 140's got the weakest mandatories ever, except here. What? Keyshawn, Tio, what? Man. See, the problem with that is say Shakur Stevenson does get that Tio fight and he beats Tio to become a four-weight world champion. He ain't going to fight Keyshawn. So that's disappointing. But let's see. What's the commentator saying? Jesus Christ. Come on. Well, he just had one knockout punch. Oh, Delgado. Yeah. What? These judges think Delgado lost the fight? Oh my God. You guys watched the fight. Who do you think won? I thought Delgado won the fight easily. He just got knocked down. Delgado was the aggressor the whole fight. The other guy was just surviving. What are you talking about? This commentating is crazy. From what I saw, Delgado was dominating this fight throughout. I don't understand these commentators. You look at fucking Galazzo's face, and then look at Delgado's face. You saw who got beat up closer than I would have it for Galaz. I can't believe that people have it this close. Yeah, winner is mandatory for Hitchens. I don't think that's controversial at all. Like the only reason the fight could be that close is because the late knockdown. Oh, dude, man. Like commentators are mental. I'm glad I don't listen to them when I do these lives because otherwise I'd be sitting there going, what the fuck are these people talking about? Like, Kalaz landed some jabs throughout the fight, but for the most part, he was a spoiler trying to survive. Any Tio news? No, we're still waiting for confirmation on the Tio Shakur fight. Bobby Wade Duncan, what are you talking about? Bobby, you got Pippen top five in the 90s? Top five in the 90s? I don't. Come on, Bobby. Dwayne Wade won a title with no fucking superstar beside him. Pippen did. And then when he had a superstar, he did what he had to do. He won another title. Well, a lot of people think Pippen's the GOAT, but come on, man. Mostly the things Pippen says fucking after his retirement have really sort of ruined his reputation. The dude's too much of an egomaniac coming out of a fucking Division II school, landing fucking in the perfect opportunity to play with Michael Jordan, who took all the pressure off of him. All he had to do was be a glue guy on that Jordan team. It's like saying Dennis Rodman is fucking the best player of all time if you're giving Pippen that credit. Do I agree with Bobby? What's Bobby saying? Karl Malone isn't number one. Karl Malone was great because he had Stockton feeding him the whole fucking game. Every time Malone had an opportunity to do something, he failed. And that's with Stockton. He wasn't so great. What did they do? They didn't fucking win anything. And then the finals, he fucking choked. Choked like fucking crazy. The reason they didn't win is because Pippen choked like fucking crazy. Pippen was not a finisher. Was he a good player? Sure. There's been tons of good players in the NBA. That's Pippen. I don't think Shakur wants that. He wants fucking Tio. Tio's not a legitimate 140-pound fighter. He's a guy that literally third in MVP. Now you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, dude, to say, oh, look how great he is. He was third fucking in MVP voting. We just established that Steve Nash won two MVPs and theoretically didn't deserve either one of them. So being third in the fucking voting, what does that mean? Who won that year? I don't even know who won that year, but I know it wasn't Pippen. No, Pippen fucking choked. I mean, it's nice that you're a fucking Pippen dick rider. I mean, that's okay. Pippen was a great player. He was the perfect complementary player along with everybody else that was complementary players on those Bulls teams. No, MJ wasn't playing. That was the year he fucking retired. I don't get how third in MVP and fourth in defensive player of the year in the same season isn't great. So in one season where he was the go-to man on the team, he got recognized in two categories, but won neither of them. See, that's the difference. When you look at Jordan, when he won the scoring title and was the defensive player of the year in the same season, and MVP of the league and MVP in the playoffs. He wasn't in the voting, he won the establishments. Like it's like saying Joker, he could have been MVP the last 5 years in a row. He wasn't, but of course he was in the top three. Yeah, we know he was a good player, a dominant player. But what's your point? You think he's what? Better than Tim Duncan? Better than Dwayne Wade? Better than Karl Malone? Okay. No, you didn't say he's better. But so what's your point? What are you trying to say? Let's put it out there right now. What's your overall objective? What are you trying to prove? Because you saying he was in the voting for fucking MVP and player of the year and didn't win either one of them, it's kind of ridiculing your own fucking argument. We're still waiting to know what your thing is. Malone had two MVPs too. Yeah. And I don't think he deserved either one of those MVPs. He got those because fucking people got sick of fucking voting for Jordan. Malone was only as good as Stockton was good. Stockton made his life easy. That's why he's one of the highest point scorers in NBA history. When he didn't play with Stockton, what did he do? He went to the Lakers and fucking was garbage. Garbage. Like, let's look at the stats from playing with Utah to playing with the Lakers. Can you show me Karl Malone's stats in his last year with the Lakers and his only year, sorry, his last year with Utah Jazz and his only year with Los Angeles Lakers, so I can compare the stats. Stockton averaged 9 points in the '98 finals because he wasn't the scorer. They had Hornacek as the scorer, Karl Malone as the scorer, Thurl Bailey as your stretch fucking four, and then of course Greg Ostertag and everybody else. Stockton's job wasn't to score. So his last year for Utah, he averaged 20 points, 7.8 rebounds, 4.8 assists. For the Lakers, the next year he averaged 13 points, 8.7 rebounds. Without Stockton feeding him, his points literally dropped fucking 7 points, right? Peyton and Malone. In theory, you would have thought that team would have been a super team, but what a disappointment. Karl Malone was 40 years old with the Lakers and missed half the season. And he was 39 the year with the fucking Jazz. And then they lose to the Pistons. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I was hoping that he'd get his chip, him and Peyton. I thought they deserved to get a ring. Kobe was trash in the finals. Oh, yes. I mean, Kobe obviously isn't as good as Pippen. Unfortunately, Kobe didn't have the team around him. He had old fucking guys that couldn't defend. Malone was never a good defender, and at fucking 40 years old, Peyton definitely wasn't the glove any longer. So what's next? Vargas versus Montiel. Luckily for us, that fight's probably not going to go very long. And then Espinoza Kagai. Bobby got Pippen over Jordan, over Kobe. Of course he does. All I know, if I could be any NBA player in history, it wouldn't be fucking Scottie Pippen. It might be Al Horford. Think about Al Horford. That guy's made so much money in the NBA. He's made more money than Scottie Pippen. His wife, super beautiful, Miss Puerto Rico or whatever she was, won two fucking college titles back to back for Florida, and then went to the NBA's, won world championships in the NBA, and has been able to have a great career in the NBA. No pressure, no fucking drama. You choose Rick Fox? Oh yes, I forgot Rick Fox with Vanessa Williams. Man, I love Vanessa Williams. I was salty when Rick Fox got her, that fucking Canadian prick with his good hair. Ironically, I remember when Vanessa Williams was a Syracuse student and won Miss America, and then fucking lost her title because of naked pictures that came out. Two magazines that I owned, both of them. Oh my God, Vanessa Williams was so beautiful. Kobe's overrated. Yeah, Bobby, you don't know basketball. Stick to boxing. I think Horford got a chip in college with the Gators. Two, back to back chips with Brewer, Noah, Horford. You guys are far too emotional. It's just opinion. I respect Pippen, like I respect Rodman and Steve Kerr, but I put him on a similar level to those guys with Will Purdue and everybody else. They were key pieces to a superstars team, like the team that they put around Allen Iverson. If I had my pick of small forwards on my best team of all time, would I pick Pippen? No, I would not. I'd pick fucking Larry Bird over Pippen every day of the fucking year. And outside of that, maybe other people. Let's see. Can you give me a list of the best small forwards in NBA history? I wasn't even thinking old timers like Elgin Baylor. I respect Pippen, but I don't got him as the GOAT like Bobby. Me neither. LeBron, fuck that dude. Bird, yes. Oh, fucking Kevin Durant. Maybe I'd put Kevin Durant on my team. Elijah Wan, KG, Durant, Jordan, Iverson. Woo! Damn. That's fucking crazy. And even though my favorite player ever was fucking Julius Irving, but I don't know if Dr. J fits that team. He's not a good enough 3-point shooter. Pippen, no. John Havlicek, God, no. Kawhi Leonard, no. Dominic Wilkins, again, I don't know if he's fits that team right. Rick Barry, never saw him play. Paul Pierce, overrated. James Worthy, not that great. Carmel Anthony, ball stop. Grant Hill, Oh, maybe Grant Hill. If injuries didn't hurt Grant Hill, along with Tracy McGrady, I mean, either one of those guys would be great players to put on that team, especially Grant Hill, who was a great ball handler, could pass, could do everything. Elgin Baylor, Alex English, no, just a score. Bernard King, just a score. Adrian Dantley, just a score. Chris Mullen, not bad. Sean Marion, I like Sean Marion. Yeah, maybe I'll put Durant. I didn't say he's not great. He's just a one-dimensional player. If he wasn't with Magic and the Lakers, his career in the NBA wouldn't have been nearly as good. He wasn't a great three-point shooter. Most of his points came off of fucking uh, passes from Magic Johnson for dunks. He was good, but not great. I remember watching him in North Carolina. So I don't know if you remember watching him in college, but I do. Yeah, Larry Johnson got defense, be plugged in to SF. I love Larry Johnson. Marion is a Pippin type. He is. Yep. Dantley, English were monsters, along with Bernard King, but they were scorers, right? Those are the guys that wanted the ball in their hands all the fucking time. Marion is a bum to Pippin. A bum. Oh my God. Disrespectful. How much did fucking Pippin win in college? Sean Marion was a member of one of the best college fucking teams in history in the running Rebels with Larry Johnson, Sean Marion, fucking Greg Anthony. What a fucking dream team that was. If college basketball was only that good today. Fuck LeBron. I'd never put him on my team. Fuck that guy. That guy hates America, but caps for China. How can I fucking take a dude like him serious? This guy that never even went to college, but fucking I'm supposed to listen to him politically. This dude didn't even go to college. What does he have to tell me? Fucking nothing. The guy was driving a fucking what do you call it? What's the big a Hummer in high school? He was driving a Hummer in high school, but it talks about how difficult it was being a black man in America. Oh my fucking God. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Bobby, my dog, but he don't know basketball. I mean, liking Pippen is not the worst thing you could do. Like, there's worse takes than being a Pippen fan. A lot of people are Pippen fans. Like, there's a lot of Tim Duncan fans. I told you when I had basketball debates before, people fucking got in their feelings when I picked KG over Tim Duncan. But I just think KG is a better all around player and fits my team better than Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan can't step out to 3 point range, can't cover guys in the 3 point range off of picks, right? He's a interior player. I already got an interior player. I got Elijah. KG can go interior, but he can also go outside, just like fucking Elijah. Kevin Durant. He's long. He can play defending down low, but obviously he can also play outside the key as well. So I like the versatility of my team. They're long and great players, and they fit together very well. KG, Elijah Durant, they don't need to be ball fucking hogs. Jordan can be the ball hog along with Iverson. The other guys will fit into the team and take the shots that they get. And when you play with a team like that, it's kind of like Durant when he played with Golden State with Thompson and Curry, right? He ended up getting tons of touches, but the team wasn't really centered around him. But being on such a great team, obviously open opportunities were there all over the place. Not sure you want KG shooting threes though. No, I don't need him shoot many threes, but the fact that he can shoot the three, I just need him to be versatile. Vargas, he ain't his dad. Fucking tiger, but he is as tacky as his father. Like that robe looks like something he should be wearing in the bathroom. It don't look like something you should be wearing to fucking step into the ring. Like literally, that is a fucking bathroom fucking shower thing. Like he took his mom's fucking robe and then he put a fucking sticker on the front. And I ain't hating. I'm just saying that shit's tacky. You got enough money that you could do something a little classier than that. That's all I'm saying. Because they're hyping this guy up to be like Ryan Garcia. And so far, I haven't seen anything to get overly excited about. Me. Other people maybe feel different. Yo, brah, nada. You, we be good. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, man. That's why I never talk to you, Neil. Like trying to have a conversation with him, and this is his conversation. Yo, bro, nada. You, we be good. It's like, what? I haven't seen you in fucking 7 years. I was the best man at your wedding, and that's your space when I say, what's up? What's the gossip? How's everyone doing? There must be some gossip. Let me know. What's Alan and fucking everybody doing? I went there and he told me all kinds of gossip as we're fucking blazing day in and day out. Now he fucking says nothing. This man brought up a 40-year-old Mike to make a point. Huh? MJ had Stackhouse, Rip Hamilton, Larry Hughes, Popeye Jones in Washington, but didn't make the playoffs. Oh my God. Stackhouse, what did he ever do? Rip Hamilton, once again. Larry Hughes, I love Larry Hughes, but Larry Hughes was never a fucking winning fucking NBA player. And Popeye Jones, that's your big man? Popeye Jones, a bench fucking power forward, right? Who really should be coming off the bench. Like, come on, man. Oh my God. Still a beast. Still a beast. What did they do last year in the playoffs with fucking an MVP caliber player beside him in Luca? What MVP caliber player is on this thing? Stackhouse? Were any of these guys number three in MVP votings? Rip Hamilton, Larry Hughes, Popeye Jones, and fucking Stackhouse? Which one of them was a top three MVP voting? I'm sure none of those guys. Like, if you need to hate on Jordan to dick ride Pippen, you lost your argument already. Let's be honest. Jordan didn't fucking go to some stacked team like LeBron James did to win titles. He went to fucking the Wizards, a team that he owned, that fucking had a shit roster, primarily because of fucking some of the moves he was a part of, like Kwame Brown. But nonetheless, nobody said he was a Jerry West. Great player, not a great executive. I can give Jordan tons of respect, but as far as an executive, he's behind Danny Ainge, behind Larry Bird, behind fucking West, and there's probably another fucking 20 guys I could list on my fingers that were ex players that were in the office. Yeah, his brother looks bigger than him. Mike is a terrible basketball executive. Terrible. Oh, DeMars, yes. Joe DeMars, even though I don't know what he's doing now. Isn't he in jail? Popeye Jones was a fucking bench player. On any good team, that guy would never start. Look at the dude in the suit behind. He must be the manager, the guy that has all the money. Look at that suit. Here we go. Joe Dumars was fired. Willie Green for the Pelicans. Yeah, I know. I'm here. 21 versus 35, 72-inch reach versus 65-inch. Yeah, Vargas got pretty long arms, man. That could be a real benefit moving forward in his career. His reach is longer than Devin Haney, I think, and longer than Ryan Garcia, if I'm not mistaken. Same reach as fucking Floyd Mayweather. Round one, Vargas versus uh an opponent. How good is the opponent? We shall see. Vargas looks much bigger naturally than his opponent. Think how late this card is. It's already 12:30 and we still have the main event. That Delgado fight ruined the momentum. That fight took way too fucking long. Let's see if this one can get out of the way quick. Maybe we get the main fight by fucking 1:15. This isn't the main. Espinoza versus that dude. How do I say his name? Kagai, Arnold Kagai, the Ukrainian fighter. Thank you very much, Hollow Ninja. You're a good man. God bless you, Sean and Lily. Jesus Christ is Lord. Amen. Amen to that, brother. Nice left hand from Vargas. I don't think that was low. What are you moaning about already, dude? You punched him in the back. Nice left to the ribs from Vargas. Good lead rights. Sometimes it's better to lead with a right than a jab. Show some versatility. Already, Vargas shows much more versatility than fucking Delgado. He's already going to this guy's body early, which is something that fucking Delgado didn't do enough. And this guy's not dealing with these punches very well. He's already making excuses and looking for the ref to jump in and protect him. Oh, I thought that was a good opportunity for an uppercut. Nice left to the body again. Can they put Vargas in there with someone with a pulse on? Let's pray, right, Andre? Like fucking Christ. You know, I know some people are gonna hate on him when he starts getting praised because of his weak resume. But let's be fair. There's been tons of fighters that have fucking been moved through and have weak resumes. Boots Ennis, as an example. That dude's resume was garbage truck juice fucking forever. Literally forever. Why you kick me out now? Come on, I'm watching the fight. It looks like it's gonna get over, and you fucking kick me out already. Boy, Dan, fucking crap. Come on, you piece of shit. Whenever you hear the volume, you know that I got kicked out. I'm just warning you. I'm just warning you. WBO World Featherweight title bout. Oh, come on. Now you're freezing in the last 37s of the rounds. Oh, technology. After this, I have to do my PPT. Oh my God. I could have done. Oh, you kicked me out again. Oh my God. Come on. Look forward to sound kicking in. Oh, stop busting my balls. Look at that guy. He's hitting me in the back of the head. Stop whining like a bitch, dude. Go in there and fight. You're a fighter, right? You're fighting a kid with no experience. But to be fair, at this point already, I think fucking Vargas shows more offensive layers than Delgado does. But to be fair, he's also not in with a similar type of an opponent. Obviously, this guy is not in Galaz's fucking level. And my coffee is finished. So, what do you guys think about Vargas? Is he the next great Mexican American superstar? Maybe today I'm going to do my who will replace Canelo Alvarez as the next great Mexican boxer. I don't know if I put Vargas on that list, but after today, if he scores a sensational knockout, I'm definitely going to have to add him to my PPT. What is a PPT? It's a PowerPoint presentation. At work, we have to do this every semester to prove that we're teaching our kids something so that we can get our year end bonus. So if you're great at making PPTs, you can be a terrible teacher, but you can fucking use pictures and videos to show that you are sensational. If you're a great teacher like myself, but old and not up to date with technology, then your PPT might not be the best. But so far, so good. They've been not bad, but I just hate doing it. So I always fuck around, wasting time. Yesterday, I was going to do it and I didn't bother doing any. So I got to do it today. I still have 3 weeks to do it, but you got to start doing it before sooner or later. Oh, nice fucking counter left hand from Vargas. Head, body to head, double left hands, a la Roy Jones Jr. He needs to step up. But to be fair, he's a young kid. They're bringing him along. As Devin Haney says, top rank, the best matchmakers in boxing. They know how to bring guys up and make them look good. Okay. Don't be jealous, Devin Haney. Just because Top Rank didn't sign you when you were young. Oh, that left hand of the body. That's going to be the knockout punch. Garen fucking teed. But the great thing is he's also pulling it to the head as well. So that could potentially be the knockout punch as well. But offensively, Vargas looks real good. He also gets his head off the line, which for young guys is not the norm. The problem with a lot of Japanese fighters is they just never get their head off the line. Even Junto and Inui, top level guys. I like his lead right hand as well. That's something that Ryan Garcia could start implementing a lot more since his jab is kind of shit. If he led with a straight right hand instead, that could be an effective punch. Maybe some jabs to the body would be a good idea as well. I think that punch is there. Round two in the books. Yeah, I definitely don't think this fight will go the distance. I know we're talking about this guy as a common opponent earlier. Where's that? Who is he a common opponent to again? Common opponents. Oh my God, come on, people. Rafael Espinoza. Jonathan Montreal. 19-3, 13 knockouts, only stopped once. Lost to Johnson. Delonte Johnson. Went the distance with Delonte. So if Vargas goes in there and destroys this kid, that's a good win because we know Delonte is getting a lot of praise now, specifically on his great performance that he just put out last week. Thank you very much, Hollow Ninja. Sending praise to my fellow man. Millions of brothers took themselves out this year. The media keeps ignoring that and choosing to focus on 99 genders. 99 genders, but a bitch ain't one. Yes, the world. When they talk about end of days, it definitely looks like they're pushing to that, trying to get rid of Christianity. What do you think about this guy in Vargas as the matchup? That'd be a good fight. Delonte Johnson, he's 27, so he's quite a bit older, but obviously his big victory over Nicholas Flas was good. Obviously, since his victory over this kid, he fought this guy in 2023. Since then, he's fought Yomar Alamo, which was a solid a victory. Kendo Castaneda, a solid victory, and then obviously Nicholas Flas, another very good opponent for Vargas. Vargas is still a kid. What is he? 21 years old, 15 and 0, 13 KOs. Yeah, only 21, right? So 6 years younger than Delonte. So I guess by John Boxing's narrative, Delonte Johnson is shit and a bum because he fought this guy when he was 25. Vargas is fighting him when he's 21. So based on being younger, obviously Vargas is a much better fighter than Delonte Johnson. Come on, people, the fight's not going to last forever. Get me back on. Oh, how did I get to watch the whole Delgado fight without any interruptions? But now I'm watching this fight and it's just fucking me around. That seems unfair. Come on, load up quickly. 快点. Jayo. Chop, chop, chop. Oh, this is why I just want all boxing to be on DAZN so I can just pay one fucking fee annually and get all my boxing and not have to deal with this shit. Guys, let me know what Vargas is doing. Did he stop him yet? Is he landing good punches? Is he kicking his ass? Let me know. Because right now I got a black screen. And not that anything's wrong with a black screen. I'm not hating. I'm not saying a white screen would be better than a black screen. I'm just saying right now on my screen it's black. No judgment. But I prefer watching the fight. Close this shit and let's see if I can open it again. Oh, okay. I got another page. Come on. 快点. Okay. That's better. Eubank looked washed, man. Yes, JA, he did. Oh, there we go. I'm back online. Thank God. Just in time for round four. I missed a whole round. Unfair. Come on, Vargas. Floyd sold out to Israel, to the country Israel. Why? What did he do? Vargas definitely looks like he could utilize a jab a little more. He barely uses his jab. He sort of leads with a lead right hand, which is effective, but you got to use a right hand, a lead jab too, just to keep guys off balance, touch him, make him reset, go up, go down, just so you can fucking mask your other punches a little more. He loves to do the lead right and then come in with the fucking jab afterwards. Got to keep going to the kid's body. Come on, Vargas. So Montiel is proving to be more resistant than he looked earlier on in the fight. Round four is in the book. So Hollow Ninja, what did Floyd do this time? We don't have much respect or fucking anything for Floyd Mayweather. He's a bit of a fucking douche. You can like him as a boxer, but as a person, that guy is fucking a vile human being. How come? Look at this. The game's over, but on my thing, it still says that's the score. What are you talking about? That's not the score. Game's done. It's over. Great game for fucking Luca. 41 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. 9 for 19 for 47 from the field, 5 for 11 from 3 point range for 45, 18 from 20 from the free throw line for 90. 3 turnovers, 1 personal foul, plus 25. You know what? Luca is totally going to be top three fucking in MVP votings this year. I'm a Timberwolves fan. He did a speech in Israel saying he will always support them. I was wondering what his affiliation was with them. When I saw the money on his jet, I said, that's why. Of course, that's why. But like him being affiliated and pro Israel, I mean, I don't know how that benefits Israel. Most boxing fans that like Floyd don't even know where fucking Israel is, right? And probably, you know, oh, the knockout looks like it's coming. Come on, Vargas. What kind of finisher are you? Hit that left to the body. Things I should consider before moving to Thailand. Uh, you want to move to Thailand forever. So, how are you going to make money? What's your financial situation? Obviously, if you get money like you're ex-military and you get payment every month from the government, then it's easy to move to Thailand because you know you get a consistent check rolling in. You don't have to do anything once you get to Thailand. Obviously, renting, but then you got to consider where in Thailand you're going to live. Ho Huan, which is Huahin, is a really nice place to live, especially if you like golf. It's also less touristy, so it's not so expensive. You're also on the Caribbean or the Gulf, so obviously it's beautiful as far as beaches. You're not that far from Bangkok, but then why do you need to go to Bangkok? I thought Vargas would have finished this Burger King supervisor by now. Well, Delonte Johnson went 8 rounds with him. Lakers just need to finish top five seed in the West, and Luka will probably win it. People in Shitsu, Japan, when I was there, are extremely kind. Oh, Japanese people. Even if they hate you, they are still going to be very kind and friendly to your face. It's like all the negatives I heard about Koreans, especially if you travel with an Asian woman. They'll spit at you, bump the girl, be rude, say rude things. This is what people said. I didn't go to Asia with an Asian girl, so I didn't have this problem. But when I went to Korea, people were very friendly and nice. Uh, the subway guy on the MRT just grabbed a random kid to lead me to the speed train. The kid happily took me there, which wasn't convenient for him. I don't know what direction he was going, but didn't even want money for helping me out. Was super nice. So, generally Asia people are pretty nice. Taiwan is the same. What do you hear about coastal Vietnam? Vietnam is the hotspot right now. That's where everybody is heading. Everybody is heading to Vietnam. Uh, the coast is building, becoming a big tourist spot. It's the hottest place now. I heard Ring IQ criticizing one of the sanctioning bodies doing their event in Vietnam, but I'm like, what do you mean? Vietnam currently is the hottest destination in Asia, the hottest. So it's no wonder one of the top sanctioning bodies would organize in Vietnam to do their event. It's also pretty central, right? Flying out of Los Angeles, it's a direct flight to Vietnam. It's easy. What's the worst country you've been to? Worst country in what manner? Like I'd probably have to say India, but at the same time, I love traveling in India. It was fucking great. But as far as poor, filthy, slow traveling, probably India. I was in Indonesia, but only Bali, so Bali's not really Indonesia. Philippines, obviously it's got some negatives, but overall, I mean, it is what you hope it will be. Beautiful beaches, easy girls, and pretty affordable. I'm friends with people from many Asian countries. They all hate China. Well, China's like the America of Asia, right? They're the big brother that try to dictate and push everybody to do everything, always trying to fucking big brother you. I've been to Africa, but only Southern Africa. South Africa was beautiful, very nice. Obviously, a little dangerous though, being a non-black. I went to Mozambique, which can be dangerous if you go to the main city, but outside the main city, it was cool. But the infrastructure was fucking terrible after years of civil war. I went to Malawi. Malawi, also, the infrastructure was terrible, but people were very nice. Beautiful country, but I got malaria. Then I went to Zambia. Zambia is small, but really organized and really nice to travel. Not a lot to do, but nice stop off after coming from Malawi. And then I was in I always forget the name. It's on the west coast of Africa, full of deserts, red desert sand. That place, obviously not great infrastructure, but super cool place to travel, easy to travel, friendly, not dangerous. Uh, was very nice. Vargas looks like this guy's almost out. Come on, Vargas. Can you close it out? Good body shot. Go back to the body again. Well, yeah, everybody says that. Africa's got tons of fucking resources, but unfortunately, everybody, Africans included, are all using the resources for their own self benefit. I'm Sri Lankan and Jamaican. Wow, that's a cool mix. Actually, Sri Lanka is one of the top places to go travel destinations as well right now. JA, have you been back? Have you been to Sri Lanka? Because you should go. I hear great things as far as tourism, the food. Obviously it's a little remote and difficult to travel to, but great things. So you're a Indian Jamaican, eh? Like my friend Bobby. India is a lot of dirtier than any other country I went to, including, okay, so you did go to India, Sri Lanka. Yeah, yeah. No, I went to southern India. People are fucking like this, all in your face in big groups, fucking hassling you. It's hot as fuck. I had fucking, uh, you know, typical problems you have in India from dirty water. So I felt really like shit. And these people were just in my grill all the time. It was just like, can you step back? Fuck off. Leave me alone. What's the most popular car in Taiwan? Probably Mercedes or now Tesla. Japan is beautiful, clean as fuck. That's true. What's up, bacon and eggs? Good day, mate. How's it? Are you watching the ES top rank card right now? Vargas is, I think, easily beating this guy in Montreal, but Montreal, he's game. He's a game opponent. Whenever it looks like he's close to being stopped, he comes back and puts pressure on Vargas, shows him that this is not going to be a fucking easy day for him, which is good. A young kid like Vargas, this is the exact opponent he needs. A tough, rugged kid that has no quit. Vargas going to have to find a way to break this guy's will. And I think those left hands to the body are the way to go. Sean, you should go to Vegas so we can meet up during a fight. It's just going to the States to go to a fight is a pain in my ass because it's so far away. That's why I was more interested in going to Saudi Arabia for the Japan card. Obviously, I'd go to Japan, but it's not easy to get tickets for fights in Japan. Maybe low level fights would be easier, but we will see. What did you think about Eubanks Ben fight? I enjoyed it. I didn't see. Look at you waking up to watch that shit. Look at you. You're a monster. I slept through it. I woke up and listened to a little bit of it at 6 in the morning from Ring IQ, but basically fell asleep before the final result. In Africa, Sean, professors are teaching the college students Homer, SMH. Why not teach agriculture and engineering? Well, to be fair, Hollow Ninja, they do have classes for agriculture and engineering as well. It's not only teaching Homer. I guess it depends on what course you take in school, right? Like anywhere else. They have engineers and they have all kinds of professionals in Africa. Africa, there's a lot of educated people, obviously, but then obviously a lot of poverty-stricken poor people as well. Like all the Africans I work with, and I work with a whole office of Africans. Literally, there's one Canadian. Oh, uh, three Caribbean, right, from different places in the Caribbean, and then fucking eight people from Africa, 10, maybe 10 people, including supervisors. So 10 Africans, white and black, Swaziland, South Africa, a mix. All obviously educated, all university educated. The biggest problem with Africa is in the language, there's no word for maintenance. So whenever things from NGOs get built, unfortunately, they don't get maintained. I always use the story when I went to Malawi. Malawi is a small country with a big giant lake. Yet when I was there, the corn was dying because it wasn't watered. And you ask yourself, why isn't the fucking corn watered? Like you have tons of water, but it's because people only grow what they need for a short period of time. They're not thinking long term and how they could save it, sell it, get money, and use that money for when times are rough, right? They're just not so long term focused. They're doing short term what they can to get by. When that country was under a dictatorship, and every morning he fucking was getting people to do stuff over the government radio, and police were fucking making sure people did what they had to do. That government was one of the best countries in Africa. Then they elected a government. That guy ended up becoming one of the richest people in Africa, and the country has been a shithole since. So the problem with people is sometimes they need fucking communist dictators to fucking make sure that people do what they need to do for a country to be effective. But you got to fucking lead with a stick. All these woke people think that communism and socialism means that they only have to work an hour a day and then they can fucking sit around doing nothing. That's not going to fucking work. Countries are not going to be effective. It wouldn't be Toyota or Honda. You mean cars in Taiwan? We got a lot of Toyotas. Hondas, my friend has a Honda, but there's probably more Toyotas than any other car. But obviously, there's so many Mercedes and so many Teslas that obviously those are the things that always grab my attention. Obviously, Toyotas don't really grab my eye, but I'm sure there's a lot of Toyotas as well. Congo. I've never been to the Congo, but I want to go because I want to see gorillas. But I need to go through Tanzania to the Congo, and obviously that was going to be another trip. I would have loved to go to Ethiopia. I heard the food is great, and of course, what's the island off of Tanzania? I would have liked to go there as well. Those left hands, man. Oh, stop whining. He didn't hit you fucking behind the head. What a whining bitch. Come on, Vargas, get him out of there. Hit that body. Hit that body. Hit that body. Oh, from Liberia. Oh, the ex-slave colony in Africa. when African slaves moved back to the homeland, to Liberia. That country seems to be a little fucking rough, rugged, kind of like Angola. I dated a girl in high school from Angola. Her parents were ambassadors, or her dad was. So obviously, when the war in Angola happened, they left and immigrated to move to Canada. She was a sexy fucking girl with some tig bitties, light skin, oh, very beautiful. Oh my God. Yes, keep hitting them with that left hand of the body. Gender studies fucking degree. Only fucking lesbians are fucking taking that class. Yeah, well, that's the mind memory. It used to be very dangerous. I don't know how it is right now, but I know Angola is still not the most stable of countries. But I guess right now, South Sudan and Nigeria are pretty dangerous. And Nigeria, surprisingly, because it's a rich fucking country, right? With a huge population, big movie fucking production, right? In Africa, no country, I mean, they're the third biggest movie producers in the world. Bollywood, Hollywood, and Nigeria. But meanwhile, you have fucking a genocide happening in the country. And no country, I think, outside of South America has more Christians or Catholics than fucking Nigeria. Think old biddies. We got quite the world's mix here, eh? Parents from Liberia, parents from Sri Lanka, JA, that's not such a surprise. Even though I don't see too many Jamaicans in America. Most Jamaicans move to England and Canada, obviously. So round nine. Oh, well, Trump should jump in and stop what's going on in Nigeria, put pressure on the government to fucking do something. Because the government knows what's going on and they're fucking letting it go. I mean, genocide in Africa, it's crazy, right? Nobody talks about that. People are all over Palestine. It's like, oh my God, give me a break. Genocide, fucking, you notice when there was genocide in Europe, no one talked about it. They ignored it completely. So much so that how many people died during that whole side, not Siberia, Serbian, fucking Croatia type of thing. That thing was huge and people ignored it completely. We've had multiple genocides in Africa. People ignore it fucking completely. But then somehow we want to use this Palestine thing. Now it's trendy. What do I do with a degree in gender studies, Sean? Uh, Transition into another sex where you're going to get paid lots of money from the government and the opportunity to get any job you want because you fit a criteria where they need to hire somebody like you. So you can do anything you want with that degree as long as you transition, or at least say you're transitioning. Grow your hair out long and wear a padded bra, and your life is easy, easy. You can use whatever bathroom you want. No one can question. I mean, you could be woman of the year. You're never going to become man of the year, but if you transition with your fucking degree in gender studies, you can become woman of the year. Yes. Shout out to Trump. Anything about slaughter of Christianity is ignored by the media and politicians. Exactly. I once got kicked out of a house party for being a Trump voter. Imagine that. So you support Trump, but you got kicked out of a party. Like, first of all, at a party, why is anyone even talking about politics? You should be drinking, blazing, and trying to get laid. But this is the problem. You got so many fucking woke lefties that you can't have a conversation with. They're fucking just radicalized. At one party, I was fucking called anti-Semitic because I was saying what Israel was doing against the Palestinians. I thought they were doing it in the wrong fashion. Not that I was hating on them, right? I was just saying, for a country as powerful as they are, I think there's a different way they could have handled the issue. That's all. And people were like calling me anti-Semitic. Now, 25 years later, if I was at that party, I'd be the person, with the Jewish person defending Palestine, and everybody would be calling us fucking, you know, Baby murderers. Exactly. Parties are for good times. Yeah. Like I don't go to a party to fucking talk about politics. I go there to have a few drinks, meet a few ladies. And if everything works out perfectly, maybe wake up fucking feeling uh uncomfortable that I have some girl beside me that I wish would go home. Luckily, I have a dog, so then I'll walk my dog, and hopefully, when I get home, she'll be gone. I remember I picked up this 21-year-old girl who worked at a bar in Taiwan, and it worked out like that. And I walked home, and she was walking down the street, and I bought a coffee for her, and I'm like, "Where are you going?" And she's like, "Oh, I thought you'd want me to be gone by now." I'm like, "No, no, again, here, take your coffee." But I like what you're thinking. Get up, get out. I saw a stat that showed drinking among 20s something is way down. So I have to believe partying is way down too. Yeah, well, they say sex within 20 somethings and drinking and drugs and all that stuff. This new generation, they're not doing anything except fucking crying politically, attacking fucking, non fucking woke liberals. Yeah, I can't imagine living in this world now as like a 20 something. I'd be like, yeah, we can talk about politics. Come over to my house. We can get naked, lay in bed, and talk about all the politics you want. Oh, yeah, Trump. What an asshole. Oh, my God. Fucking liberals. They're the best. Oh, my God. I wish I was transgendered. I hope when we have kids, we can have transgendered kids. I'd be saying all the right things to get in those panties. I'm definitely moving out of the West to settle down. It's over in the UK and America. Well, fuck in the UK. Oh my God. Oh my God. Christian countries, right? Europe and fucking Canada and America. The good thing with America is you got Trump. Trump is fucking fighting a good battle to push that shit away. Like he called it, right, with the UN, who is literally paying fucking illegal immigrants to immigrate to America, right? Like he called them out at it when they had that big meeting. And you know that's fucking completely 100% accurate. Come on, buddy, it's the last round. Get this kid out of here. To be fair, he didn't get him out, which is disappointing. But this 10 round performance, I think this is going to be really helpful for his development for sure. Because he's in with a rugged kid that went 8 rounds with Delonte Johnson, now going 10 rounds with 21-year-old Vargas. Men of the past were focused on purpose, invention, discovery, innovation. This generation, absolutely nothing. No, what they want to do is fucking counteract fact with fucking crazy fucking narratives. Australia is a great place for a holiday. For a holiday. I heard even New Zealand people are moving out of New Zealand because the sheep are taking over, all the Muslim sheep doing fucking morning prayers in the streets, all covered in black. Good fight for Vargas. Obviously, it would have been more exciting for him to get a spectacular knockout win, but it is what it is. Nuggets win 7 in a row, even though you show me the score and say it's 65-65. That doesn't look like a win to me. So what are they saying? Are they saying Vargas lost too? What the hell's going on? Come on. Oh, at least you kicked me out now after the fight. I guess that's better than before. Nuggets now 10-2. Not bad. Joker, 27 points, 10 assists, 12 rebounds, keeping his stats going. Those are fucking almost his stats right now. About 27, 10, and 11, or 11 and 10. Can you believe the Nuggets fired their coach and the GM too? I believe they did just before the playoffs last year, right? I can understand specifically firing the GM because actually those two guys were fighting, creating really creating a distable fucking environment for the Nuggets, right? So you get rid of both of them and bring in a new team that's on the same page, uh, trying to win a title and getting the pieces around them to win a title, not try to develop fucking players and spend all this energy trying to develop players, but meanwhile not spend money you need for players that actually can help you win. Oh, what's this? So we still have Espinoza against Arnold Kagai. It's fucking 1 o'clock right now. That fight's going to come on. I mean, Jesus Christ. This fight card is typical. Started too late. I didn't know Jimmy Lennon knew Spanish. Me neither. If you coach gets fired before the playoffs, it was personal. Keep your heads up during the dark times, guys. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. I just hope Jesus Christ comes and makes a huge statement globally, fucking to inspire and grab people's attention. We need something to make a fucking impact. How's the Spanish today? Anybody who speaks Spanish? It doesn't sound too clear. I don't know. I'm not listening, so I don't even know he was speaking Spanish. When I was listening to him earlier, he was speaking English. How am I supposed to do my PPT if boxing goes until 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Already, this live is 3 hours long. Oh my God. Is that a workout? What's a workout? A PPT. There used to be a BP, the workout. I have the tapes over there. What was that thing? P90X or something I used to do. But then I hurt my back. I went to my chiropractor, and this is Taiwan. My chiropractor, he's Taiwanese, but he trained in America. And he said, "Are you doing fucking the P90X workout?" I'm like, "Yeah." How do you know? He's like, "Because of your back injury." I'm like, "Fuck off. You mean other people in Taiwan actually have the same injury as me?" I bought that P90X when I was back in Canada at Walmart, right? The whole set. And then I started doing it here. And then it's so extreme and so hardcore that I ended up injuring my back in the process. It's not about black, white, rich, or poor. It's about good versus evil. John Boxing doesn't get it. Well, that's the truth, right? John doesn't get it. Like, he wants to push this racial narrative like so many other people. And you follow LeBron James. Well, LeBron James sold out to evil to get rich. He is the kind of guy that fucking is an Uncle Tom in the modern black fucking society, right? This guy who fucking bastardizes and criticizes his country, all to fucking sell his soul to fucking China, right? You can't refer to fucking people like him and expect to learn anything that's beneficial. Every fucking person is going through the same bullshit in America, whether you're black or white. You can try to create this division between us, but that's exactly what they want. They want black whites in America to fight each other, to fucking not fucking get together, not support each other, and that fucking falls into exactly what they want, right? They don't want unity. They want disenchantment, envy, jealousy. They're trying to fucking stir and create that because it works for them. And then they control all of us through fucking the media and all these kind of fucking things. And now you use Trump as the bad guy. But and I don't fucking think Trump is a great fucking guy. But what Trump is doing now, honestly, I think he sees this as his legacy. He knows he's not going to live forever. If he can do something that really benefits America by stopping all of this fucking anti-Christian fucking global domination right now, he's doing something that will be remembered forever and be historic. You might not like the way he does everything, but sometimes you just need someone to fucking do something and not fucking be forced or manipulated into doing what they want us to do. It's the Jews, Sean. Well, I don't think it's the Jews. Because if the Jews were behind it, would they have sacrificed so many of their own in this whole grand scale? Because this goes back well before World War II. You know, the steps in these places have been long term in position. If you go back World War II and look at a lot of the philosophers in England, they were already talking about euthanasia. They were already talking about global population issues. Like these were English philosophers. I can't remember their names, but if you follow English philosophy, you probably know who I mean. And this was prior to World War II. These guys are the ones that funded Hitler, right? Jews also were involved. Hitler's banker was a Jew. His brother was the fucking main banker in America. So this is so much bigger, the whole cabal. And you know, they just distract us with this and distract us with that. They don't give a fuck if people die because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It all fucking just leads into what they want, which is obviously later on a global government. Right now, they're creating this anti-Muslim push, and it's going to get to a point where really all these countries end up having civil wars where fucking Christians and Muslims are fucking killing each other in the streets. And then this is going to justify a global government to come in and stop the fighting, stop the wars, and then put down lockdowns and control the populations. Right? Probably stop religion completely. If you look at any communist government, what's the first thing they did? They took away religion under Stalin, Russia, under fucking what's his face is China, consistently. Who controls the media? Yeah, the 1%, but they're not all Jews, right? They're not all Jews. Obviously, there's Jewish billionaires and guys involved, but they're not all Jews. But let's get to it. Here we go. Arnluca Guy, another tough son of a bitch. Is there a big UFC fight? What's the headline fight? Espinosa. Mariachi. Oh, here's my Mexican PPT that I made. I didn't pick any fighters yet. I'll do that today. Keep an eye on Bill Gates. Fuck that guy. Bill Gates. He is the devil with fake meat. Yes, presentation. Obviously, I use it when I do my lives, but that's very basic. Obviously, for school, it's got to be a little more well thought out. I don't know how you can't like Espinoza. This guy came out of nowhere. He epitomizes those tough Mexican fighters nobody knows that upsets the apple cart, right? Like the kind of guy Junto Nakatani is fighting. Nobody knew who Espinoza was when Robsy Ramirez fucking was going to fight him. Never heard of him. And then this tall guy gets in the ring and goes in there and fucking destroys a guy that I respected a lot in Robsy Ramirez, and then destroyed him even more in the fucking rematch. A fight where I was pushing for Robsy Ramirez to beat him because I was looking for Robsy Ramirez a Nui fight. And every time I see Espinoza, I'm more and more impressed by him, right? So I don't know how you would not like him. He's just a fun fighter to watch with an entertaining style. That's it. When you think about a guy similar to him like Navarrete, Navarrete technically was never as skilled as Espinoza is. He's probably a harder puncher, but real unorthodox, very awkward. The first fight, I can't remember the first fight, but I know the second fight he destroyed him. Bill Gates is trying to end world hunger. No, he's not. They could fucking end world hunger. There's fucking tons of food in the world. They could easily feed everybody. They choose not to. In Florida, if you try to give away free food to poor people on the streets, you get arrested by the police. That's a fact. You can go watch the YouTube videos all over the place. I don't know if it's other states, not just Florida, but that shit's normal. Food will rot in the warehouse instead of being given to poor people. So all that fucking stopping global hunger, that's all bullshit. It's just more control, control the food source, control the population. That's why the left wing government, the Democrats, are trying to use fucking food in that present government sort of situation that they had, trying to fucking use people that were going to starve to death to pressure the fucking Republican government to cave in and give the fucking liberals what they wanted. Arnold Kagai, man, he is a fucking shit, a brick shit house. I was going to say a shit brick house. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine me being a fucking church or volunteer agency going out to the street feeding the poor and getting fucking arrested because of it. It's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Only in America. And in this case, I do say it sarcastically. They making money from war and hunger. John Boxing still don't get it. No, because he's fucking ignorant and uneducated. What party is in control in Taiwan? Right now, it's the anti-Chinese party. I don't know if anything is really liberal or Republican. All I know is one party, the party that got chased out of China by the communist government that was in power before the communists took over the country. They ran away to Taiwan, took all the wealth and the main army with them, and created basically the foundational government for Taiwan. Tried to figure that they would have with America because they had a good relationship with the American government at that time, that they would utilize that to go back and take over China from the communists. And you can understand why the Americans would have been okay with that because they didn't want a communist government to begin with. But when they had a war, actually Taiwan fought China off, but they obviously weren't strong enough to take China over again. And now that government has been voted out because it was a dictatorship government for fucking 25, 50 years, whatever it was. and finally elections happened in Taiwan. And the main guy that was part of that government created an opposition party. He was the first person to get voted in, and now the opposition party, the non pro Chinese government, is in power. Since I've been here, there's been one pro Chinese government, and obviously that's when Chinese tourism was at its highest coming to Taiwan, and things were positive. Man, this looks like Jake Paul versus fucking Tank Davis. Well, I think Taiwan realizes that they need America in their corner. Besides typhoons, no, only typhoons and earthquakes. I would say it's a little more liberal, but Chinese people are always a little more conservative, right? They don't have crazy social programs. But in saying that, Taiwan's medical is one of the best in the world. I spend $6 for dentist and doctor appointments. That's what I pay when I go to the dentist or doctor. Round one. Let's see if Arnold can get inside and break down fucking Espinosa's body or suffer in the process. I fought big tall guys. Being a guy that played basketball before, it's hard to get past that fucking range, man. You just gotta fucking jump into the pocket and hope that you don't get caught clean in the process. Half the country kind of hopes that Taiwan goes back to China because they're the ones that came over, their families, and they think, and a lot of people in Taiwan, they're ignorant as well, and they think financially it benefit them if they connected to China because China financially is so dominant right now globally. So they feel that if we connect back to China, that the money is going to roll into our pockets and benefit us. But they're very stupid and short term. They don't see what happens when you connect with China in that sense. What would happen is then it would be immigration, Chinese immigration, that would flood the country, and eventually there'd be no more Taiwanese. It'd be primarily a majority of Chinese population. So now you could vote in a real pro-Chinese government and do everything you wanted. So people are stupid and short-termed. Taiwan is a different country. Obviously the people are originally from China, but during that period of time, they have different politics, different philosophies of life. You know, things are different. I mean, only now recently has China started to embrace some of the historical Chinese culture from the past, like some of the gods, the old gods, and things of that nature. Because obviously, under Chinese communism, there was no politics, and they destroyed temples and banned religious ex exhibition you know what I mean, something. Abortion is murder. I agree. If that happens, would you leave, Sean? uh for me, I'm not Taiwanese, so you know would it negatively affect me? Obviously, being an English teacher in Taiwan, I would still have a job. um you know the only thing that potentially could hurt me is that the prices of houses and things of that nature could go up, meaning rent would get even more expensive. And it's definitely increased a lot over the past few years. Luckily, I'm in the same house I've been in for 15 years, so my rent is rent controlled. So I'm fortunate, especially to have a little small house. Uh, you'd have to see how things work, right? Because then moving back to Canada with the fuckery that's going on there right now, I might be better off staying in fucking China. And obviously, many English teachers have lived in China and enjoyed the lifestyle and everything else. So, if anything, maybe financially, I'll make more money if that happens. But it's not my call because I don't vote and I can't really impact what happens in this country. Round two. So far, the way we expect. Espinoza controlling the distance with his jab. Kagai trying to get inside and not having much success. Uh, I think it's like Thailand. I can own condominiums, but I can't own land. But somebody told me that's not true. But from everything I've heard in the past, I'm pretty sure that is true. I think kind of like you do in Bali, you can leasehold land. I think you could do that, but obviously you can't outright own land, which is good. They do that so that Chinese people don't come in and start buying the land, right? They can buy condos and they can contribute by owning apartments, but they can't buy land. Ah, yeah. But North Carolina is kind of woke, isn't it? Nice little uppercut from Espinoza. That's going to be a key punch for this fight, inevitably. A guy with the big giant left hook. You gotta try to work on that body, Kagai. Oh, is North Carolina red? Ashford. Is that what I'm thinking? Well, what's the one city? I thought it was North Carolina that was super woke, kind of like that one city in Texas. Yeah, I know Florida's red. So far, easy work for Espinoza, still in first gear. Is Houston controlled by left wing radicals? I'm surprised. I thought that was more up north. Well, what's the capital of Texas? I thought that place was that place. Texas where it's at. What's more impressive, Espinoza making 147 or Funduro making 154? Similar, similar. Both impressive, kind of like Pacheco making 168. Yeah, well, that's it. Austin, Texas. Yes, that's what I mean. Austin. I always know Austin was super woke and super blue, but I'm surprised Houston is blue as well. That's the problem with a lot of immigration, right? All I know is my Asian friends that lived in Texas, specifically one that lives in Taiwan in Taichung with me. He's super fucking red. Oh my god. He nobody is in the States is as fucking red as him. Obviously, his parents own a business in Taiwan, so business owners, you expect them to be fucking real Republican. Suburbs aren't. It's become that way, but hasn't made much of a difference in a mindset. Shit kicking Texans. My dad loved Texas. I had a great pair of fucking cowboy boots when I was in elementary school. The state as a whole is dangerously close to flipping, though. That's what it sounds like when I hear things, which would be real fucking disappointing. Yeah, well, that's in Canada now. I think the average is 800,000 for like a three-bedroom house in Canada. Whereas, a few years ago it was like 250. Now it's like 800. Actually, it might have, they just said, might have went down to 700 and something. It's not quite like it was because Canadians invest all their money in real estate. The whole market apparently in Canada is investing in real estate, which makes the economy very unstable. If there's like a housing issue, everyone's fucked. Not enough diversification in Canada, apparently. But Canadians are pretty conservative, even though we are liberals because we want to help everyone that lives near us. We are conservative in the way we do stuff. So that's why I think investment wise, we do stuff like real estate because historically it's always been the most stable sort of investment. Good shots there from Kagai, inside counter punches. See, the more Espinoza fucking gets inside and starts throwing counter punches, the better it's going to benefit Kagai. Hi, Lily. Who's a good girl? Did I wake you up? This fight's heating up now. That was a good round. Sean, do you miss eating Canadian bacon in the morning? Well, to be fair, usually as a Canadian, we did not eat female bacon in the mornings. It was usually a special treat because obviously it's more expensive than bacon. But female bacon is good, right? Yeah, it's like meat, not so much fat, but a lot of meat. And I don't know if I ate bacon in the morning, it was probably once a week. On the weekends, we'd go to diners, right, with friends. During the weekday, I don't think I ever ate bacon for breakfast, unless it was like a bacon sandwich that I bought somewhere. Usually, I probably ate a fucking bagel with cream cheese. Good jab, good right hand from Espinoza. Good hook to the body. Ah, 50 cents, man. He's shown time and time again that he's a fucking cool dude, man. Better than fucking Beyonce's husband. Better than fucking yes, that's it. Jay Z. Sorry, better than JC. Better than fucking the guy that just went to jail. What does a Canadian breakfast consist of? Canadian breakfast usually bacon, sausages, eggs, hash browns, coffee, and juice. Oprah Winfrey school, young girls are going missing. You mean in Africa? Because that's been going on for years. Espinoza, he wants to fight like Paul Williams. He wants to be in there fucking throwing. Right now, it's 135. Oh, look at that. Uppercut, 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 left to the body. Yeah, human trafficking. Hardcore. All funded by fucking Oprah Winfrey. That woman's a fucking cunt. Another fucking black sellout, along with fucking Jay-Z and fucking LeBron James. Sell out their people to become part of the cabal. Oh, oh, nice uppercut from fucking Espinoza. Espinoza's really going to war now. That's why I say, how do you not like him? Stylistically, there's nothing to not like about Espinoza and the way he fights. He could choose to fight real boring and just control distance and just try to catch you coming in. But in his heart, he just wants to fucking go to war, man. I fucking appreciate that. He's in and out, long jab, right hands. Step in there and throwing hooks with you. Fucking Kagai's nose and mouth bleeding. Like we said earlier, this is the kind of fight where you could expect Kagai to get stops, not knocked out, but potentially having the ref jump in because he feels he's taking too much damage. This is only what, round three, and already he's starting to be beat up. Junto will crush Espinoza. I don't know about that. I think Espinoza is a tough fight for Inui and for Espinoza. I mean, they're trying to make that pro box fight with Angelo Leo and Espinoza. I hope they make that fight because I think Espinoza fucking destroys Angelo Leo, destroys him. How far I think Espinoza moves up. Well, hopefully he moves up soon to 130. And then obviously you could easily see him move up to 135 afterwards. But how old is this kid right now? Like, I don't know how much he struggles to make weight. That could be obviously the issue. Yeah, he's 31 years old, man. So, I mean, probably not that many weight divisions, right? Because if he's 31 now and he's still fighting at 126, I could see him moving to 130 for a potential Navarrete fucking super fight for Navarrete's WBO title. Have a few fights there. And maybe if a good opportunity raises at 135, maybe he will move to 135, but probably not. This fight's definitely turning out to be the best. I don't know if he's the biggest one out there, but he's definitely a weight bully. But weight bullying in today's boxing is normal, right? If you can get that advantage, you're gonna fucking do it. Oh, those punches starting to fucking break a guy down. Yeah, he's waiting for a newie for sure. Otherwise, I think he would have moved up already. I'm surprised Stephen Fulton moved up so quick as opposed to trying to wait for a newie to try to get his revenge match. I saw that, Machado. Yes, he said that John Boxing said that Devin Haney will be a much harder puncher at 147 because he's not draining himself. But then he went on to in the same statement to say that uh, Ryan Garcia won't have that much power at 147 because he was just a weight bully at the lower weight divisions. Like, what a fucking contradiction. So Devin Haney moving up in weight is going to get stronger. Ryan Garcia moving up in weight is going to get weaker. How does that fucking make any sense at all? Like, if you're going to say both guys are going to move up and have more punch resistance and potentially be bigger punches, fine. Or you're going to say both of them moving up in weight, they probably have more punch resistance, but their power probably won't carry. That is what I would agree with. But to say if Devin Haney's power is going to be like Bud Crawford, he's going to start knocking motherfuckers out all the time, just like Bud Crawford did. But Ryan Garcia, he's going to be exposed as a weight bully. His power won't be that good. Okay. Okay. I hope Garcia beats Barrios. Dude needs a legit win. Well, do you really want Garcia to beat Mario Barrios? Because if Garcia beats Barrios, then we're going to have to deal with Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney too. Oh, I saw Azim won today against Scooby Doo. Round six. Can Oracle Guy last to 8 rounds? The way it's going, I don't know. Nice jab. You got to keep utilizing that jab, right? Just to fucking keep his head up. Oh, grazing shot from Kagai. Kagai's a fucking warrior, man. We all want Garcia versus Haney too. There's a lot of money to be made on that fight. I know. I'm just going to get kind of sick and tired of listening to those two fucking guys talk on social media. Ryan, oh my God, guy fucking never shuts up. And Devin Haney is such a fake motherfucker. I think Kagai's fucking orbital bone is broken. Oh, that left to the body. That's a good punch. John always cooks himself with his fucking contradictions. Like literally to the other day, I heard him talking about how Showbiz the adult was hating on Bud Crawford for fucking snack. And then he accused all of non-black people of being racists, all pushing that narrative. But you just fucking talking about a black guy doing it. But now you're acting like the only people fucking talking about snack are racist non-black boxing fans. Always makes it about race, even though the guy he utilizes to bring the topic up was a black guy. And we know the fucking Errol Spence fans were talking about fucking snack for years as well. And they're all black. So what are you talking about? Always needs to make shit racist, racial. Just say anti Bud Crawford fans always trying to fucking hate on Crawford. That would be legitimate. That would be fair. I would get down. I'd be like, yeah, that's true. Just like all those anti fucking Canelo Alvarez fans and those anti Lomachenko fans and those anti Junto Nakatani fans, all named John Boxing. Nice jab. Keep popping that jab out. That's just going to make landing those big hooks on the inside easier. And that big left to the body. See, Espinoza is a skilled fighter, man. He's no bum and he's no one dimensional Mexican fighter. He's not just walking down throwing punches. He's outside using his jab, hitting with right hands, coming inside, throwing lefts to the body, throwing fucking nice calculated left uppercuts, right uppercuts, I mean. He's a good fighter. Underrated. When I look at BoxRec's rankings of pound for pound, I'm like, man, BoxRec, you so stupid. Like, how does anyone take you serious? Well, nobody takes you serious, but you don't take yourself serious. Sean, does Jake have a chance versus AJ? Fuck no. Fuck no. Like, these are some names you have in front of Espinoza. So let's start where it's silly. So at number 16, Raymond Muratala. So you got Raymond Muratala at 16, Janet Beck at 17, Hamza Shiraz at 18, Nick Ball at 19, Brian Norman at 20, Xander Zayas at 21, Fabio Wardley at 23. Gilberto Ramirez should be higher. He's at 23. Charlo, what has Charlo done? Has he fought at 24? Yabuki, 25, and then Espinoza at 26. What Espinoza's at 26? This is like what? His third, fourth title defense? Meanwhile, you're putting guys that don't even have world titles above him and guys that haven't made as many title defenses and impressive title defenses. No, I think they're still trying to figure shit out. Oh, headbutt. Come on, I gotta land some punch, whether it's with my head or my hands. Arnold Kagai's a tough motherfucker. Which fight? The UK fight with Eubank and Ben? Headbutt. Oh, that's an ugly cut. Was that from the headbutt? How you headbutt someone with your eye? His eye swollen not because of the headbutt, but because of those fucking right hands. I might as well have been Tyson Holyfield. Really? How many people were in the crowd? What was the what venue did they fight under? O2 Arena or where did they fight? Oh, Espinoza smells fucking the blood, putting his hands together, trying to get the ref to jump in and stop the fight. Boom, 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 boom. That's what I said. Look for the ref to stop the fight just because of too much punishment. Oh, nice punches, Espinoza. Espinoza's a fun fighter to watch. Nobody knows where it was. Oh, buckled his knees with a big right hand. Hi, Lily. What are you doing? Oh, yes, I know. I'm tired too. It's a tough day. We've already been online for 3 hours. Who's a good girl? Oh, Espinosa's a fucking killer. Killer. What do you think, Lily? You like Espinosa? Or you have to hate on him because he's not FBA? You're not FBA either. You're not Roxy, so don't be racist. Let me ask. I'm curious. Ben Eubank 2, where was that fight held? Ah, okay, Tottenham. Yeah, okay, Tottenham. That's a big stadium as well. Why Tottenham? Yeah, is Ben or Eubank from that area? Tottenham Stadium, Manchester, England. How many people does that venue hold for a boxing event? Round eight. As I said, I don't know if Kagai will get through round nine, so there's still a bit of time left. Yeah, they're both from the UK, so I'm surprised it wasn't like the O2 Arena or something. Oh, okay. That venue holds 74,000 people, maybe more, right? If it's 74,000 for a football game, then obviously it's probably more for a boxing event. But I don't know. Does anyone know how many tickets were sold? Did you hear when you watched it today? Kagai's fucking face is brutal. Yes, the dads are legends, right? But I'm just wondering if either Eubank or Ben are from that area. I always thought Eubank's father was from London, but maybe I'm wrong. And Ben, I'm not sure where he's from. Let's see. I can ask AI. AI's got the answers. Where is Eubank from in England? London. London, mate. Peckham. He's from Peckham. Oh, 67,000 today. Woo-hoo-hoo. Man, they're making money. Money, money, money. How do you think Conte passing will affect Snack? It won't. Everything's in place, right? The program is going to run. His family's going to take the money in. The people that work there still have jobs. So, I mean, he's just the figurehead. So I don't think it really impacts it at all. Where is Ben from? Oh, nice left hand. Oh, I think the ref's going to jump in and stop this fight pretty soon. Oh, also from London. So they're both from London. Sean, do you watch Stormy B Man? I used to watch him early on until he fucking became, you know, a bit of a fucking LDBC fan man. And then I kind of lost some respect for him. Because before he was like a legitimate boxing fucking encyclopedia type of guy. But when you start pushing narratives and losing the historical basis of the sport of boxing just to be a fanboy, uh, why? What do you got to say about Stormy B Man? Whatever happened to the big black guy from Texas? Does he still make videos for the LDBC? The guy that was pro Lomachenko? Oh, Espinoza. Espinoza. Why are you complaining about headbutts? You're the short guy. The other guy's not landing headbutts. Rest in peace, Conte. You cheating motherfucker. But Bud beat Spence. He retired. When Bud beat Spence, he retired. He didn't retire. He didn't retire. He shut it down. I can't remember his name or channel. Oh, he retired when Bud beat Spence. Oh, talk about being a fucking fanboy, right? Like that epitomizes the whole fucking premise of your existence. When a guy you like fucking gets beat, you stop making YouTube boxing videos, even though you're making money off of YouTube. Yes, black fight fan. Out of all the LDBC guys, he was the one guy I didn't mind listening to, even though obviously he was a fanboy. So, Kagai don't want to quit. He's tough as nails. I've never been stopped. I don't want to stop. It's round nine. Let me fight. Ah, if you don't do well, we're going to stop the fight. The ultimate threat. You're getting your ass beat. So go out there and get your ass beat worse, or else we'll stop the fight. Round nine. There's still a bunch of people in the LDBC that still owe money for the Crawford Spence fight. I imagine for sure. What was the girl's name? Kiki. I don't know. All I know is if she was a girl associated with the LDBC, she was probably fucking ugly and big. Because who else would want to fill it themselves with those fucking guys? Those clowns. CC. CC Pendergrass. Trill Boxing. That's it. Trill Boxing. Yeah. Black boxing fan. This has been a masterclass performance from fucking Espinoza. In with a tough, fucking rugged monster and just beating the crap out of him. As I said, kind of a tailor made opponent, but one that was definitely going to make a fun fight to watch. They took that loss heavy, heavier than Canelo Alvarez fans, because according to John Boxing, nobody's talking about Canelo Alvarez losing. Nobody's hating on Canelo Alvarez losing. It's like, what? Come on, man. What are we supposed to do? Continue to talk about a guy getting beat in a fight to a great fighter months and months after the fight? Only you guys do that. Only you guys do that. We get on with the next one. Upwards and onwards, mate. Oh no, he like took his whole fucking videos down because people could use them against him. Blood boxing still around. I heard he is. Somebody said he makes videos every once in a while. Well, that wouldn't be surprised. Don't make bets if you fucking can't pay them. Put your hands together, Espinoza. The ref will stop the fight. Oh, I think Espinoza hurt his left hand, hitting Kagai too many times. Well, exactly. Canelo can bounce back, still make big money, big fights. Oh, big right hand. Kagai's still doing it, but the ref just looking to jump in. CC was actually attractive. Really? Let me see a picture. Why do people bet with others when they can just wager on the sports book? Because it's a pride thing, right? It's not about gambling, it's about face. Like, remember, people used to always do this. We bet. If I win, you need to shut down your channel. If I win, you shut down your channel. It's like, man, I ain't shutting my channel down because you're a fucking fanboy. You fanboy Floyd Mayweather. I'm a Manny Pacquiao supporter. I'm not gonna fucking close my channel down to you. Why would I do that? I know you'll fucking run away from the sport if my fighter wins. I don't even need to tell you to close down your channel. Sean, is Stephen A. snitch a sellout? Fucking right he is. That dude's totally a fucking sellout. The last blood boxing channel on this one was 2 months ago. Boots Ennis spars Canelo Alvarez. What's the difference? So he was defending Boots Ennis for sparring, basically going against a lot of the people that were saying, oh, Boots is going against code. So round 10, I'm surprised Kagai's lasted so long. You would be surprised how many Mexicans ain't Canelo fans. I was surprised. Oh, I know there's a lot. It dates back to the Julio Cesar Chavez days when people were big fans of Chavez and acting as if he was the next great Mexican and downplaying Canelo because he's the ugly redheaded stepchild. That mentality still hasn't changed. And you still have enough Mexican stars out there hating on Canelo consistently, like fucking Marquez. Even Chavez Sr. did it for a long time. He's trying to move into conservative talk podcasts or something. Who? Blood boxing? I remember when he was about to get his ass kicked by LeBron James. Oh, Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, he wants to run for political office. LeBron James, man, if he would have fucking touched Stephen A. Smith, he would have ended his career instantaneously. Throw the combo. He's out. Ref's gonna jump in and save him. Throw an eight punch combination. Boom, 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 boom. Don't load up. Just let your hands go. There you go. That like that. Boom, 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 boom. No, I know. He's trying to learn. That's what he's doing right now. Doing interviews with a bunch of people, trying to fucking educate himself on the topics. Even though we know topics don't matter. If fucking what's her face, the crazy bitch from New York can get a bunch of press, she's a stupid fucking waitress who people want to fuck. And she's become the leader of the Democratic Party. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. Ah, no. He's a self-righteous fucking uh rich boy who thinks he's fucking smarter than he is, who's just been part of the political system fucking from day one. Are you a big fan of the ladies on The View? Oh my God, I can't listen to those bitches talk. They are such fucking idiots. None of them know fucking anything. Oh, fucking Whoopi. What a fucking disgusting fucking display she is. Wasn't she the same guy, that same woman that dated fucking the guy from the TV show who fucking got busted for wearing blackface? You know, she was dating him, had him fucking do blackface. He had to deal with it, get fucking ripped for being racist. Meanwhile, he was probably pushed into it by her because he was a fucking simp. No one cares about that bitch. Why are you like harassing me, Lily? I'm not harassing you. You guys gonna stop the fight? Fight's off. Well, it's probably better. At this point, what's the point of that happening? That's what I said. I didn't think you would knock him out, but I thought it would be stopped. Stop harassing me. I'm gonna call the police. Look at this. Sexual harassment. There's witnesses watching you. They see you. Watch yourself. Personal space, right? He wouldn't come out of the corner because of his gloves, and the rest started to count. Looked like, yeah, they were just making excuses to try to stretch the time out, right? She wants to go to the beach. Oh no, she hates the beach. Too much sand, too much water, fucking too many people, too many screaming kids, too hot. Yeah. Lily, you like the beach? No. She's saying, Sean, you didn't feed me breakfast yet, you lazy prick. Get off your fat ass and let me eat. Lily, are you hungry? Do you want food? Are you food? You want food? Yeah? Okay. Well, let me slide this over so I can see everybody. So she stops harassing me. Detroit. I heard Detroit is actually a nice city now. I can't believe that. It blows my mind that that shithole is actually fucking good now. When I used to go over to Detroit from fucking Windsor, I was like, man, this place is like the epitome of a fucking ghetto. Yes, yes. Sorry you waited so long. I know usually I feed you earlier, but you know. Here you go. Okay. So there we go. You sure that's a dog? Laugh out loud. Why? Because she doesn't like the beach? Well, I had the black dog, Roxy. She loved the beach. She loved the beach. The craziest thing is the first time she went to the beach, right? She's in the water and then she's looking at me to see where I am and doesn't see a wave coming from behind her. And of course, isn't familiar with waves because we used to always go to Sun Moon Lake. So, lakes, no waves. I hate Detroit style pizza. Detroit is rebuilding. Chicago is the one falling apart. I've heard that. You should go to the safest city in America, Memphis, Tennessee. Well, thanks to Trump, Tennessee is now safe, but wasn't Tennessee one of the shittiest cities in fucking America for the longest time? That along with Washington, D.C. I still remember going to Washington, D.C. as a kid. We went to South Carolina to play golf, and we are driving back, and my father got somehow off the interstate, and we end up fucking in downtown Washington at dusk. Some black dude's walking down the street. We pull over. I roll down my window. I'm like, "Excuse me, how do we get out of here?" And the guy looks at me and says, "I don't know, man. I've been trying my whole life." Oh my God. What a fucking comeback. That's the funniest thing ever. And then we saw a cop, and the cop said, "Don't stop at the red lights. Just keep going for 3 blocks and turn fucking right, and you'll get onto the freeway. Don't stop at the lights. Just go. Go, go, go. Get out quickly." I didn't watch Eubank and Ben because I was sleeping, but I did listen to a little bit of it on my phone when Ring IQ was doing his live. Detroit style pizza, put the sauce over the cheese. What? What? They put sauce on the cheese? Really? They obviously like fucking sauce. Like, you want the sauce under the cheese to cook into the bread, and then the cheese to fucking cement that shit together. So when you bite into it, you get the cheese and then the sauce, the meat, and then the bread. Who the fuck put sauce on top of the cheese? That's crazy. Crazy talk there, brother. Get your car towed in DC, damn near half your rent. Really? They're afraid to fucking go tow your car. They know it's going to be what? What's it going to be when they lead you somewhere and then they fucking get you when you don't expect it? Chicago, yes, I saw Chicago real thick. I've never had Chicago deep dish pizza, and I definitely haven't had Detroit pizza, which I'm surprised because I've been to Detroit several times. Uh, New York style, isn't it like just real thin, thin crust? But deep dish pizza style. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be against Chicago. I think the good thing about theirs is the crust is a little more crispy because it's cooked in that tin, so it gets real brown and real like nice and sort of crispy when you bite it. Pizza is only good sourdough. It's not a meal. It's children's food. What? Children's food. Stop. You got to appreciate food overall. Don't be a food snob. There's all kinds of different pizzas, as you just heard in the conversation so far, and all kinds of food. St. Louis is garbage. I always drive past it. I heard St. Louis is a fucking shithole, like literally a shithole. I've never been to St. Louis, but from what I've heard, I've never heard any reason to want to go to fucking St. Louis. Nothing in St. Louis worth fucking seeing or worth doing. Let me just check. Huh? Oh, BYU today played UConn. I'm gonna have to watch that game. Number 7 versus number 6. That'll be a good game. Don't tell me the result if you know. That kid for BYU, he looks like the number 1 draft pick for sure. For sure. That kid is fucking quality. Chris Eubank versus Connor Bren. Reaction by John Boxing. I'm sure he's going to come out and shit on Espinoza in a video soon. I was kind of expecting that. Who's number one? Number one for what? In college basketball right now? Oh, it's too early to say really who's number one. I'm not sure who they rank number one. Let's see. What are the current? Uh, NCAA men's basketball rankings. Pizza is one of those things that's leaving my mouth, man. Too much of it back to back is tiring. St. Louis coach, hub, Atlanta is flight hub transit location. I don't understand. I'm sure Boxing Ego has a recap of Ben Eubank too. I'm sure. All right, now they say Cougars are number two. Oh, sorry, number one. Purdue is number two. Huskies are three. Duke is four. Arizona is five. Michigan is six. BYU seven. That's what those look like right there. Alabama eight. Kentucky nine. But I don't know if that's true. They list Kentucky 2-0, but Kentucky just got beat by Louisville. Demolished. Louisville's new point guard looks great. Florida Gators 10. Hmm. Or you can wait and catch TBV in about 8 hours. The Boxing Voice. I can't listen to the Boxing Voice. Ness is a fucking idiot, and the dude that he works with, a casual. Uh, I listen to sound bites of their shit, but that's about all. I mean, Ness doesn't appreciate any boxing outside of America, and he's always been fucking the same. Ignorant, casual, stupid. All they want to do is have controversial takes, right? Because that's what sells. That's why they love this guy that's with them now. In Detroit, the government is using 80 million to create affordable housing apartments, which is creating jobs. Go Detroit. Every city should be fucking doing that. Vancouver was supposed to be doing that before I left. Ness is a bum, and the other dude is a simp. Fact. Two tone the superstar. Ness don't know boxing. Facts. Boxing Voice is terrible. He charges for everything now. I see that. I can't leave a comment because you got to charge and be a member before you can even leave a comment. It's like, I ain't that fucking interested. Really. I could have been on his show a million fucking times, but chose not to even bother. $5 a call, I think it is. Oh my God. Like, you got to be a serious egomaniac to pay $5 just to hear your fucking voice on the radio and go, hey, listen, everyone, I'm on the Boxing Voice. Who gives a fuck? Who's the Boxing Voice? Pull up the video of Bomac checking and destroying Two Zone. No, I watched it. Yeah. Sean Ness is absolutely a paid off shill. I guarantee that's a fact. That dude totally used to be a PBC dick hugger and then went against the PBC, which is when he was the most legitimate of his career. Ness asked ChatGBT, what? Ness asked ChatGBT, is a Buster Douglas? I don't understand. What do you mean, is a Buster Douglas? What do you mean, is a Buster Douglas? You mean, who is Buster Douglas? He didn't know who Buster Douglas was? Ness is casual. He didn't watch Mike Tyson back in the day. He definitely didn't watch Mike Tyson Buster Douglas fight, not live. He definitely didn't watch Evander Holyfield destroy Buster Douglas the next fight afterwards. This is the problem with many of these YouTube channels. They fucking act as if they are the cat's meow when it comes to boxing, but they don't even fucking know anything about the sport of boxing. Haven't watched it, don't know anything. He didn't know Buster Douglas. But meanwhile, this guy is who people listen to for their information. Imagine that. I'm going to go to a guy that doesn't know who Buster Douglas is. Buster Douglas, who had the biggest upset in boxing history, but you don't know who he is. You didn't go to YouTube and watch the Buster Douglas Mike Tyson fight? Really? He couldn't watch it. He was in Japan. I don't watch fights outside of America. Why do people watch TBV? It's for casuals 2.0. That's fact. He asked if Buster Douglas a legend. Of course, Buster Douglas isn't a legend. Coach Malachi, you know, He was okay when he was just hating on the LDBC because it was funny, but show is too much jokes and no boxing. Yeah, kind of like showbiz, pandering. Nestor compared Bud versus Canelo to Bud versus Jake Paul before the fight happened. I'm convinced dude is a grifter and does not know the sport. He's totally a grifter. Coach Malachi said Spence had to. Uh, what eyes did he have? Yes. What do you call it? Not that the spelling is wrong, but I know what you mean. He might have. He might have. He might have had that. Yeah, coach, I can't listen to it long. Coach Malachi is taking showbiz's roots. Of course he is. These guys see what's successful and they just try to copy to try to become money men from YouTube off of it, right? You saw the whole LDBC follow into the whole Dante Boxing Nation and fucking Eagle Boxing Nation. Now people are following showbiz because showbiz has been successful, even though God only knows how. Ness was obsessed. Fury beat Usyk. We all saw that. He thought that Fury beat Usyk. Okay. Yes, cataracts, cataract surgery. Yes, my grandfather had it. True media boxing used to be good, but now he only talks about weed. Really? Well, that's because all the people probably watch this channel are all fucking 18, 19, 20-year-old fucking black kids. Goofy, bug-eyed casual. Charges you to watch his betting show. Why do we watch his Ness's betting show? Ness don't know shit. Goofy, bug-eyed showbiz. Yeah. That dude like all over the zone, and I'm like, really? Him? Like, I can understand my man from the UK, very professional, got his shit together. Showbiz is just a fucking clown. That's all. A clown. Like he's doing fucking, what do you call it? Fucking variety show, fucking TV, and thinking that Ade Oladipo, Ade's killing it. Coach show, not bad, but too much jokes. Shout out to DT3, the Boon Man. Subscribe to him, Sean. Fair takes. No, I remember DT3. Ade knows his stuff. Is Coogan sick or something? I think Coogan is just moved up, right? So now he gets other people to do the legwork, and he's just the guy that is in charge. DT3 went at me when I fucking said something about PEDs. I'm like, yeah, it's not my job to worry about PEDs. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Uh, what do you think of BDA? I think BDA's lives are a little long. He's had some good people that were interesting, depending on what. I think the special videos they put together, fucking great. Top notch, well edited, beautiful. I wish you would do more topic based, shorter videos as opposed to just always long fucking lives because I can't sit down and really watch a live when it's already done. You could watch segments that maybe were controversial, but as far as trying to sit down and watch a live that's not even live, like I don't expect people to go back and watch these videos afterwards because it's done. It's already happened. So for you to go watch it, obviously you've been sleeping all day and maybe then you just want to watch it or you've been at work maybe. But otherwise, lives I don't think are that fun to rewatch. Way too long. Way too long. Oh, speak of Mirage, didn't somebody just mention you and here you fucking are? What are you? That fucking guy in the mirror? Oh, okay. You were in here earlier. Sorry, I missed that. What's your prediction for next week's main event? Which one? Be specific. Uh, BDA is a cloud chaser. Uh, paid off. I used to pay BDA super chats, but he's kind of a casual. The man in the mirror. No, 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 not fucking Michael Jackson. There was the horror movie. When you look in the mirror and you say the guy's name 3 times, he appears. That's Mirage, 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 Mirage. Obviously, David. Well, but it's not obvious. The fight most people are talking about from that card is Devin Haney and Norman, right? That's the fight that's getting most Candyman. There you go. Yeah, the Candyman. That's you, Mirage. Look into the screen, say your name fucking 3 times, and all of a sudden you appear. Uh, I feel that if Anthony Yard, oh, sorry, it's David Benavidez. Of course, that's the fight you're going to talk about. Sorry, sorry. I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even thinking. Yes, sorry. Of course, you're talking about Benavidez. Yard, KO round one. I think if the fight goes past 9 rounds, David Benavidez wins, maybe even could stop Anthony Yard. If the fight ends before 9 rounds, I think Anthony Yard is going to fucking stop David Benavidez. So that's the way I sort of see it happening. I see an upset on the card. I pray that fucking Yard knocks out Benavidez and Norman knocks out Devin Haney. Then next weekend would be the best weekend of my life. I'd be like, yes, I'm a God fearing man. I'm going to start going to church on Sundays instead of fucking watch boxing. Why am I delusional? I'm delusional. But meanwhile, you're going to give Anthony Yard no chance in hell to win, and you're going to pick David Benavidez to stop him in round two. But I'm delusional, dude. You're delusional. My prediction is probably what most people would fucking lean towards: a late stoppage for Benavidez, an early stoppage for an Anthony Yard when his power and aggressiveness is dangerous. Uh, that's an interesting style clash with David versus Yard. Why you hate David? It's not that I hate David. I hate the fucking fanatics. Oh my god! And then this guy comes in. I didn't even say your name. Why do you want Haney to lose so bad? Oh my god! Can't I have my own fucking opinion? Like, you're rooting for Yard. Why do you want Yard to win so bad? Like, I would like Yard to beat Benavidez. I would like fucking Norman to beat fucking Haney. I think Norman beating Haney is good for boxing. I'd much rather watch fucking Brian Norman fight guys than Devin fucking Haney. Brian Norman's a much more exciting fighter stylistically. And Anthony Yard, I just like to see it because of all the fucking hype and cap people have used David Benavidez to hate on Canelo. So him getting beat by Yard would just be fucking poignant. Poignant. As far as hating them, I don't hate them. I don't hate anybody. Jake Paul still ducking better PF. Yeah. Haney via decision is the safest bet, obviously. David Benavidez by decision, Haney by decision. If you want to fucking be safe, those are the two bets to take. 100%. 100%. Yard isn't knocking out anything. David stops him within 6. See, you proved my point. You're the delusional one. David Benavidez hasn't knocked out anyone at light heavyweight, but you think he's going to stop him in 6 rounds and give Anthony Yard no chance, even though Yard was dangerous versus Kovalev, almost knocked him out, was dangerous versus Beterbiev, had him hurt too. But now, of course, fighting the mighty David Benavidez, you know, come on, you're delusional, dude. Everyone on YouTube will say you're fucking delusional with your takes on Benavidez. Nobody would say I'm delusional. My take is fucking legitimate. Uh, I'm rooting for Yard, but I don't see him winning. Yeah, me neither. I don't expect Norman to win either. Stylistically, that's a Devin Haney fight. He should win. Only one fanatic. Yes, you can have your opinion. So then why are you fucking accosting me for it? Uh, I don't like Benavidez. That's why. David Benavidez doesn't really have that many fans, only mainly go fight working type people. Yard versus DB by late TKO. Yard needs to go for the TKO. I agree, but we know his engine is bad. That's why I say Benavidez by late stoppage. The whole Yard not sparring gets me. No, but he's done that several times, so it's not a big deal. See, you also hope Norman wins. Why are you giving me a hard time? I don't think Norman wins. But when you listen to Norman talk and you listen to Devin Haney talk, it's much easier to like Brian Norman. Down to earth, cool fucking dude. Devin Haney is fake, phony as fuck. Kind of like David Benavidez. Stylistically, Norman is a far more exciting fighter to watch. Real power, explosive fighter, only 24 years old. You would expect that his upside, he has an upside. I don't think Devin Haney has an upside. I don't think he's going to be better than he was than when he fought Regis Prograis. I don't think he's going to be better. More of the same, if anything. I wasn't giving you a hard time. It was a question. Stop assuming. Oh my God. This dude. This dude. With your history, buddy, that's why I assume. Sean, can Yard drop David? Of course he can. Didn't Morrell drop David? Didn't fucking some bum ass fucking dude on the PBC drop David 2 times? I mean, of course Yard can drop him. Yard's a legitimate puncher at 175 pounds. If he lands a big right hand against David Benavidez, David's fucking getting dropped. Stopped? Maybe not. Dropped? Definitely. Yeah. See, everyone thinks the same, Mirage, except you. If Yard can win, it's going to be early. David, probably late. Morrell didn't drop David. It was a trip. Get new glasses. Okay, buddy. PBC is hanging on a thread right now. DAZN took over. PBC, if David Benavidez loses, who do they have? Zero. Tank, irrelevant. David gets knocked out by Anthony Yard, irrelevant. And nobody else. Literally, the PBC got nobody but old fucking refugee fighters. Oh, sorry. They got fucking Funduro. And we all know we're excited about Funduro fighting fucking Keith Thurman. Yes, they're hanging on by a thread. It's possible, but I'm a David fan. Yeah, and that's cool. I don't hate David Benavidez. Stylistically, David's got fast hands, throws combinations. I just think he's got slow, terrible footwork, has been a weight bully his whole career, showed a lack of professionalism throughout his career. And so I don't have a lot of faith in him. Is the PBC involved in this card? No. Yes, Yard nearly had Better BF in big trouble. And he did have Kovalev in big trouble. I think he gets too much hate. Who, Benavidez? He brings that shit on himself. Always fucking dick riding Canelo Alvarez. This is a guy that lost his titles twice, not because of Canelo. Could have got the Canelo fight if he didn't fucking lose his title, right? Had nothing to do with Canelo. Him losing his title because he was too fat on the scale. Prior to that, losing his title because he was fucking snorting coke with fucking Parker, right? You know, these are decisions he made. Had nothing to do with Canelo Alvarez. Tank disappointed me with his outside activities. Roach deserved a rematch. Yes, he did. They said Zerto was the hype, but Zerto now unified. David could have fought Zerto, could have fought Callum Smith, could have fought fucking Plant. All unification fights. All could have established him as the best fighter in the division years ago. Canelo ducked, in my opinion. Canelo don't need to fight him. So what's the duck? You're fighting a guy that has no title, is just trying to use you to build his name and get a career high payday. He's using Canelo. Canelo don't need to use him, right? So you're not ducking a guy who just prays he can get an opportunity to use you to build up his name and make money off of you because of what you've done. David Benavidez hasn't done anything until, of course, the year he finally fought Plant after Canelo knocked him out, fought Andrade, which was a good fight, but a guy who'd never fought a fucking top level 168-pound fighter before. And then that's it. That was his best year of his career. And he waited all that time so he could try to utilize that to justify a Canelo Alvarez fight. I agree, Benavidez is his fault. to why he didn't fight Canelo. Callum, great fighter, but flopped versus Canelo. Callum versus Benavides is a good fight. I agree, Sean, in a way. All I'm saying is it's easy to clout chase a guy who's already built his name. And I understand why you do it. Like everybody does it, right? The irony is many people do it and they get criticized. Look at Tank Davis fans who fucking shit on anyone that mentions Tank Davis's name, whether it's Haney, Shakur, don't matter. Keyshawn, they go in hard. Look at fucking Knockout Boxing. Makes a million videos a week criticizing opponents of Tank Davis, trying to justify them not being on the level, not being successful enough to deserve an opportunity to fight Tank Davis. When Canelo does the same thing Tank Davis is doing, he's hyper criticized. Yet, unlike Tank Davis, Canelo Alvarez already fucking proved himself, already accomplished everything he needed to do. Sean David trying to cash out versus Canelo. I agree, mate. Yeah. And I can't hate him for it. But when you consistently do that and people use you to hate on Canelo when you've literally done nothing, it doesn't mean you don't deserve the fight, but it's Canelo's choice to fight who he wants. He fought mandatories. You were never mandated because you never pushed the WBC to fucking force the mandatory. And when you could have forced it, you left to go to 175. Kind of like when Charlo was the WBC mandatory at 160 and never mandated the WBC to force the Canelo Alvarez fight either. And when he's offered a fight, apparently, as his brother said, he ducked the fight. But I do think David may be slightly underrated. Yard wins, though. It's over. Thomas Taylor's a referee. He's a crew cut, blonde haired dude. He did a lot of PBC fights. Cheatham and Weisfeld, the judge's protection plan in place for sure. I'm afraid to find out what KO would do for Tank in private. Scratch that. That was the Morrell fight. Were Munguia and Berlanga forced mandatories? No. But Canelo can pick who he wants. Munguia and Berlanga, both successful fucking fights. Both had enough name recognition because of Mexican and Puerto Rican fans to be successful pay-per-views. And probably weren't trying to break the bank to get the pay-per-view like David Benavides. Right? He could fight them as much as David, and he fought them because it's his choice. Bivol, Benavides, I want to see so badly. Well, that's inevitably the legacy fight for Benavides. If he beats Bivol, he can become an undisputed champion, right? Something he says he wanted at 168, but yet he'd made no effort to fucking try to do it in his career. And then he can go to fucking fight Zurdo at cruiserweight, become a 3-weight world champion. I mean, that's probably the best you could hope for. A Yard, Bivol, Zurdo Ramirez fucking fight. And some people will say he's a all-time great Hall of Fame winner if he does that. I can't find anything about judges or refs for the Yard Ben fight. Fax Mirage. Bivol beats Benavides unless Father Time catches up to Bivol. It's a very difficult subject that David thinks so messed up. A camp can pick who he wants. You're fanboying hard. Yeah, a champ can pick who he wants. He's only obligated to fight his mandatories. But when he's not fighting mandated opponents, he can pick who he wants, especially a guy who's a 4-weight world champion and undisputed at 168 and a pound-for-pound top fighter. The 168-pound division is full of quality opponents. Benavides is but one of them and hasn't done too much to actually stretch himself above any of them, even though he's the guy that's been in the division longer than any of them. And what has he done to stand out? Prior to fighting Plant, who Canelo already beat, and Andrade, he hadn't done fucking anything. His resume was garbage. Right? Literally garbage. And he could have got the fight if he wouldn't have lost his fucking title, Mirage. Why don't you hold David Benavides accountable for the reason why he didn't get the fight? He didn't get the fight because he lost his title on the fucking scale. That's all his fault. Nothing to do with Canelo. Uh, Bibble's ex-wife is a terrible person. He didn't deserve that. Oh no, that's it, man. Women, when they lose interest in you, they're fucking vicious animals. I get the impression David is a big on cocaine like Parker. 0-8 for me, but I feel it well. I can tell anyway. Yeah, whatever. As an athlete with money, you can do whatever you want, but don't do it fucking on fight night. Youngest WBC in division history, two-time world champion. Oh my God. You act like that means something. He was gifted a fucking title at a young age fighting who? Literally nobody. Ducked unification. And there was multiple opportunities for him to do it and lost both of his titles because of his stupidity. Another good point, Mirage, point on youngest champ. That doesn't mean anything. The youngest champ in boxing history is Benitez, who was 16. What's your fucking point? Being young, it doesn't mean anything. It means your promoter got you the fucking title early and then protected you because he knew you couldn't beat anyone legitimate. So they gave you fucking bum ass opponents early in your career. That's what it means. Parker said he didn't take anything. I don't care if I believe him though. I don't believe he took anything. Why would a guy take fucking cocaine before fucking the biggest fight of his career? Canelo never would have fought him. You still haven't worked that out. That's your fucking narrative. Canelo showed that he wanted to fucking become undisputed at 160. And he showed you by doing it, he wanted to become undisputed at 168. You can say, oh, the conspiracy is he never would have fought Benavidez. Why? Because Benavidez had fought fucking Anthony Durrell, the best name on his resume. Oh my God. Yeah. That totally would stop me from fighting fucking Benavidez. Come on, man. That lost interest, they take you to the cleaners. It's best to move on. Kind of hard to take coke by accident. Canelo didn't want the smoke though, Seanster. What do you mean? When? Prior to moving to 168, when he went on and beat all the champions in less than a year? Youngest champ means nothing in this weak era. Nothing. There's 4 fucking champions out there. Who did David Benavidez win his first fucking title from? Can you even name it? I mean, Mirage should know because he dick rides fucking David Benavidez so crazy, but who? I can't even remember who he beat. Who did he beat? Who did he get that title from? Porky Medina? What was that when he won his first title? He beat Porky Medina, a guy that was 36-7, to win a vacant title, and then got fought Ronald Graville, got dropped multiple times by a fucking nobody, fought Javelin Love, a bum ass fucking PBC fighter, and then beat an old ass Anthony Durrell to win his second title. Whose greatest win is I don't even fucking know. Porky Medina and Durrell. Oh yes, beating guys like that would totally make me afraid to fucking step up and face him. Ronald, no, he didn't win the title versus Graville. It was Porky Medina. How do you fight Graville for a world title? Graville fucking hadn't done anything. Who did Graville fight before fucking he fought David Benavidez? He fought this fucking guy. DeCarlo Perez, 16-5-1. Christopher Bookus, 11-1. Nova, 26-6-1. That's going to earn you a fucking vacant world title fight. If that's the case, that just shows you what everybody said. Weak sauce, man. You were gifted a fucking title. That's it. At least Tank Davis beat a real champion to win his title. Samson True also, he was overweight. Is it easy? There are 20-year-old champs. If it's so easy, where are all there's been shitloads of 20-year-old champs in boxing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's just ironically enough, Most fighters coming out of the amateurs are already past 20 years old before they get to the pros. And it takes them 2 or 3 years before their team moves them into position to earn an opportunity to get a world title fight. So by that time, they're like 23, 24, which is probably the general average age to win a world title. Because you never were a good amateur fighter and you turned pro at like 16 and you were part of the PBC who fucking cherry picked your career and maneuvered into a vacant title, you act like he accomplished something significant. Yeah, okay. It's easy where all the other 20-year-old champs, Graville, Benavidez' resume is subpar at 168. Subpar. Only when he was trying to justify a Canelo fight and fought Andrade, not a career fucking 168-pound fighter, and fucking Plant, who literally just got beat and stopped by Canelo Alvarez. That's his career right there. And then you throw in David Lemieux, who he pulled up from 160 and was fucking shot by that time, and fucking Anthony Durrell. I mean, come on, man. You can like him, but don't fucking lie and act like what he did was somehow more impressive than it was. And you fought Graville. That proves my point. At least Porky Medina was a solid fucking pro. Who was fucking Roland Graville? I just showed you he fought. Literally nobody. That guy shouldn't have been a top 5 ranked fucking fighter. But why was he? Because it was the PBC working with the WBA, maneuvering him into a fucking vacant title against a bum ass opponent that he had to fight twice. But I'm supposed to go, oh my God, David Benavidez, he's fucking a superstar. All because Mirage loves him. And you're from Australia, dude. Don't you have somebody else you could support in Australia that's worthwhile? David getting cooked. Don't understand why people hate to see another man win and be successful. Don't. I don't mind David being successful, but why are we using David to hate on Canelo Alvarez? Hating on another man being successful. Using David Benavidez. The LDBC and all those guys don't like David Benavidez. Yes, Mirage, you do like him, so that's cool. You're a real fan, and I get that, and that's cool. No hate. But the people that basically utilize David Benavidez to shit on Canelo's whole career, they don't like David Benavidez. They don't like you. They just use David Benavidez because they don't like Canelo. The same way people use fucking Teofimo Lopez to shit on fucking Lomachenko. They don't like fucking Teo. Just look what happened afterwards. Yeah. No, he's not the modern day Lucien Boutte. Lucien Boutte was a legitimate champion that defended his title multiple times before getting knocked out by Carl Froch in a unification. Oh, no, not unification because Froch had already lost, but in a legitimate fucking fight. Roland Graville has never been that. And who did he fight after he got beat by David Benavidez? 3, 13, 5, and 1, 10, 11, and 2, 11, 15, and 3, 35, 14, and 0, 7 and 2, 23 and 23, 13 and 5, 17 and 8. He has never fought a fucking fighter ranked in the top 30 after losing to David Benavidez. And he wasn't old. He was just garbage. Come on. Graville was good for nothing. David was moved fast because he is special. He was moved fast because the PBC needs fucking fighters to showcase on pay-per-view. The same way they moved everybody fast. And at the end of the day, they were all exposed. Every single one. Which one lived up to the hype? Zero. None. But David Benavidez might be the difference. He might be the one to actually do it. Maybe. Let's see. If he does it, hats off. Congratulations. But I'm not going to give him praise because you think he should and will do it. He's got to fucking do it. Let's see. All I know is fucking he's fighting Anthony Yarde because he didn't want to work with Turkey Al Sheikh because he didn't want to be forced into fighting Beterbiev or Benavides. And now what's he doing? Working with fucking Turkey Al Sheikh. Benavides was clout chasing Canelo. That's the biggest problem. Exactly. Zayas recently became champion at 21-20. Exactly. And Mirage ain't fucking dick riding him. Sean, does Alonzo still come around here? Yes. I don't think Andrade is any good. That win means nothing. Well, to be fair, Andrade was a Olympian, a solid fighter, lefty, awkward. Uh, Darrell was never decent. Come on. Darrell is never decent. He was a product of a weak fucking division. That's it. And a PBC fighter who was gifted fucking opportunities. We behind corruption. New Zealand. Canelo Hater thought Andrade was the monster before DB destroyed him. Uh, Sean is schooling Mirage. Tio is a great fighter, Sean. Great fighter. We're still waiting to see. Uh, it was at the Butte Froch. Oh, yeah. I was disappointed Butte got fucking demolished in that fight. David ended his career. No fighter is ever the same after fighting David. Oh my God. Whose career? We know Canelo ended fucking Plant's career. And then David fucking utilized a beat up, fucking finished Plant who he couldn't even knock out. I think Benavides is truly a weight bully. Benavides is the epitome of a weight bully. There's nobody in boxing more of a weight bully than David Benavides. That's why he actually lost his title on the scale. What up, Sean? How did Emiliano look? He looked good, right? Going 10 rounds with that guy, probably what he needed. 10 solid rounds with a tough, resilient fighter. But he won easy. He looked good, has a lot of good offensive moves, could use his jab better. Wasn't able to finish the guy, but, it was a good win overall. Solid win. Sean, New Zealand people have British type accents. They aren't Australian, bro. I never said New Zealand people were Australian. I know they're two different countries. It's like Canada and America, like China and Taiwan. What did I say about New Zealand? I don't even remember mentioning New Zealand, except for their sheep, their Muslim sheep taking over the country. I think that's the only thing I said about New Zealand. But okay. You said Mirage was Australian. Oh, sorry. I thought he was Australian. How do I know his fucking accent? In this whole conversation today, I've heard his voice 0 times. Sorry. I didn't know you were from New Zealand. You're a Kiwi. Okay. And I still disagree with you. And I guess, you love supporting people with cocaine issues, right? Parker, David, everybody Mirage supports got one fucking thing in common. Yeah, he is from Australia. What the fuck are you talking? Oh my God. Literally, a guy's arguing with me about where Mirage is from. See, I thought he was from Australia. What are you talking about? I'm not wrong. I was right. I'm being fucking demoned for calling somebody an Australian. Yeah. To be fair, I've heard Mirage on other shows, maybe which is why I think he's Australian, but I can't tell you the last time I've heard Mirage on a panel. I know yesterday I was listening to a panel that said that, hey, how come Mirage is never in the panel anymore? Let's let Mirage in. Oh, well, maybe it was Ring IQ. And Ring IQ said, yeah, let him join in. And the guy's like, yeah, I love Mirage. Let's let Mirage in. And I never heard Mirage talk, but I heard that talked about Mirage. That's all I got out of that. Crawford to go to 175. No, he can go to 160, become a 6 weight world champion. Mirage's best friend, Sports Talk, is the one from New Zealand. Jamie, that's the one. There you go. Get your shit together. But thanks everyone for jumping in. We've been on for 4.5 hours. I don't want to become one of those channels that has these all day long fucking lives. I've obviously got some schoolwork to do as well. If I can get my ass moving, we'll see. Knock on wood. I'm a somebody. They beg to get me on panels. All to talk about David Benavides. Is there another topic of conversation you could talk about, or is it just always David Benavides? That's what I'd be curious about. Because being a real boxing fan would mean that you can talk about boxing as a whole and not just be fucking hyper fucking focused on one individual. But thanks for jumping on, everyone. I appreciate it. See you later and enjoy your week. Be safe out there.